go.
Because who alts U-Haul when the bomb's being planted? The team able to get 2 picks and the third.
I guess at the end of the day, he's the roll from Bandito.
God. Bandito! And he got the third one! And he's a guardian in hand! There's one more for the Bucks! And a fourth one to close it out on JGM! JGM, all left to him. Bomb is planted for their CT spawn, but unfortunately not enough time.
A couple shock darts coming out, and there goes the Odin. Sophie falls. Logan finds a triple.
He has a sheriff in hand, and even then a boombug is going to distract from the positioning.
No. Look at that, melting away like a blender, like an oven, finding all these different buys.
Polar Bear has something to say about that. Knives are drawn out, gets a 4K.
And needs to come out so you can look at the health bar as well. But Gucci finds it with the sight. Governor will fall, and that will be all she wrote.
Oh, my back hurts. Everyone's so heavy.
Welcome back, everybody, and by welcome back, I do mean welcome tonight to the Hyperspace Dark edition of the Valorant VAL coming at you live from GLG. I am the Doctor, being joined by none other than Keglanuk here on my side. And how you doing today, my man?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic, Doc. And what makes me feel even more fantastic are the amazing teams we have tonight, too.
Yeah, tons of good teams, just like always. We spared no expense in getting you guys at home the toughest of tier Valorant here tonight. And so should be a good one. We do have a lot of good games ahead of us tonight, lots of games in general. So we do have just tons and tons and tons and tons of content for you tonight here.
Absolutely. We're going to be starting things off on the mainstream with an absolute banger tonight. I mean, I can just barely contain myself, Doc. It's going to be Wichita Wolves versus Hyperspace Dark. Hyperspace has become one of my favorite teams in all of GLG just because of course, the names, like Big Ol' Nick. You can't get around that one. But also the way they play has been really cool, too.
Yeah, I mean, they've been here quite a couple times, so we've seen a lot of them. They have some absolutely bonkers plays that can do some good. We've seen them do some not so good as well. So we'll have to see which of them decide to show up here today, whether it's the good or the ugly. And maybe they'll split the difference with some bad. But you can't exactly count out their opponents, though. The Wichita Wolves do have a 60% first place rating out of their last 10 tournaments. So they do have a bit of a pedigree behind themselves as well. So we'll just have to wait and see as we head into that to see exactly who can come out ahead. And we have upgraded or downgraded, depending on your flair, to the JPEG edition of Keglanuk. However, they have now disappeared into the void. They've gone to the upside down, folks. So don't you worry. We'll get them back just as soon as possible. Oh, we still got audio. All right. Okay, come in, Keglanuk. Come in, Keglanuk. Why are you there? Over and out.
They trapped me!
All right, so he's done for. Can we just roll on to the first game? Actually, can we get Wichita and Hyperspace Dark up on the stream? I think it's about time, folks. Keglanuk, we'll tell your family that you died on the job. That's fine. Okay. But
Oh, it was awful in there, Doc. You know what I saw?
What?
I saw a world without drink control. It was awful. It's a world I never want to see again. But I also saw a world where we didn't see Hyperspace Dark and Wichita Wolves play. It was an awful place, and I'm so glad we're out now. Because I don't think I could have done it without you, Doc.
Well, at least I wasn't there to have to witness all of that. That sounds just absolutely dreadful. I got to stay here in the current universe where we are going to be watching Hyperspace Dark versus the Wichita Wolves, and we are going to be doing all of that down below here on everybody's favorite map, Ascent. And by everybody, I mean just about nobody, because, I mean, it's so one-directional, just like the music band from the early thousands. Actually, was that early thousands? I think I'm showing my age here. When was One Direction a
2010s?
thing?
I
Hey
think it was
Siri, when was
2010s.
One Direction a thing? I don't know.
Uh,
2011.
yeah, see, early 2010s.
Way off, but that's fine. But yeah, I mean, we're heading to Ascent. We do have, like I said, Hyperspace Dark versus the Wichita Wolves coming up, and I don't know, Ascent. It's the most popular map. There's no getting around that right now, and it's a lot of very practiced maneuvers coming in from these teams.
Oh, absolutely, Doc. I cannot wait to see if there's any new strategies either team wants to bring out tonight. Now's the time to do it. We're in the big qualifiers right now. It's one of the biggest events GLG has ever had, and I really, really want to see something special come out tonight. We've seen what Hyperspace Dark can do on here. Wichita Wolves, we haven't really seen as much on stream at the very least, what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, especially with, the VCT this weekend, there's a lot of different compositions floating around on the internet now. I remember seeing some Viper play this weekend as well. So that's always in the team's back pocket. We'll have to see what the Wichita Wolves have up their sleeve. And, yes, they have, these 6 victories under their belt, but their competition levels may not have been quite the same as where we're finding ourselves tonight. So they may have to resort to these very tried and true compositions instead of trying to force something in with some, cheeky picks, whether it's the Yoru or the Sky or even the Viper.
And I think it was only once last week that we saw Yoru play at GLG. And I think it wasn't even on the mainstream. Oh, no, it was. We just didn't cast it. But even then, though, we've only seen Yoru once, and we've seen Sky a few times. But that's the number one thing I'm still looking for tonight. We have our Vipers, we have our Skies, we have all the kind of more niche agents of the game. I just want to see some Yoru, man.
Yeah, I think that's one of the agents that I've kind of lacked the most of. I do know that some people don't quite think he's amazing, but he's neat, which I think is more important than everything. But yeah, we can take a look actually at our bracket overall for tonight as we do set ourselves up for the first match here. As you can see, tons and tons of amazing teams here in our bracket up on the stream, and we're going to be able to see a lot of them here tonight. For us here on the mainstream, we are going to be having the 3 best of ones that lead us into our grand finals, which will be a best of 3. So we're going to see most of these teams actually just here. And for those of you, wire issues. For most of you at home, if the team you're not watching here, we do also have our 2 other streams here, GLG_Ontario. And Max, remind me what our 3rd stream is.
GLG Erie? I'm pretty sure it's GLG Erie _Erie. Oh, it's Player Zone. It's not another Great Lake. The Player Zone Lake is my favorite, though.
Yeah, you love to see it.
Have you ever gone swimming in Lake Player Zone?
I've never gone swimming in a lake. They're filthy.
Yeah, but I mean, swimming's fun. Have you ever gone swimming?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, good. I mean, yeah, lakes are kind of gross, but they have their own microcosms and little microbiomes inside. But so is Ascent to an extent. It's floating high up in the sky. There's nothing around it in the world that seems to contest it. The lore even says the reason why Ascent is so high in the air in Venice is because of Jet. And we already see that coming out from Tryhard here. 1 Jet, and knowing Ascent, Doc, we're probably going to see 2 of them.
That makes sense.
There it is.
It does make a lot of sense to have double Jet. I'm still kind of sad we see not as much Raze, and we do actually see Lotus up here as well rocking the Reyna. So they're still sticking with the agent even though it's gone through some changes. They still believe in the pick and still want to see it up on the screen here, and they actually locked in pretty quickly. Very similar compositions across the board. The biggest difference, and the only difference in fact, is actually just the Reyna here for the Phoenix. Other than that, they're pretty much identical, and by pretty much I mean they simply are identical.
Ooh, that's what scares me the most, is that the Lotus, we have seen what he can do on pretty much any agent in the game at this point, or at least a duelist, and yet even then, it just seems to be magical with either the Jet or the Reyna pick here. I believe last time we casted them together on Ascent, Doc, he got an ace, I want to say, or pretty close to one, multiple times.
Yeah, the guy's just an absolute nut, and so to see them coming in this loaded up and ready to go means that it should be in for a good show. We shouldn't have too much to worry about between these two teams.
Look at the pistols too. We do have one frenzy on each team here. And it's a stark difference from what we had seen not even 2 weeks ago, where it was frenzies all over the place.
Yeah, apparently those extra 100 credits do actually matter to the teams who just don't feel the investment is quite worth it. You can see multiple ghosts on each team, though. That one tap possibility is just very, very crucial for these teams.
But here we are, though. We do see Hyperspace playing a very slow opening round here. A huge caravan going through. Tryhard's able to find the opening pick, but even then, it's all Hyperspace clearing out the ways for B site. Rotates now coming through Wichita Wolves side, but even then, they're relegating themselves all the way into CT side. That's full control of B.
Yeah, they only had the one member there, excuse me, so we do find ourselves in a bit of an awkward place here, 5v3 on the board, and they just have pistols, so they're trying to get on through. They're trying to get as much ground back as possible, but Smike's still not down. They've got a ton of time to work with here as they have now made their way mostly onto the site. We do have Zol checking out Secret and is going to be peeking out onto the walkway soon in just a second. Does get tagged up by the recon bolt. That could be problematic as the nail swarm goes off.
Oh, Bidet OP already triggering some of the mollies happening on highway here. Look at big old Nick, though, hiding away. Not the Sova pick that we're used to, but instead it's going to be a whole flurry of bullets coming on through. This defense, Wichita are bringing it back. There's only one left alive. Curry with a triple kill, no less, is able to almost make it a 4K.
Not really quite sure what happened there. They just absolutely exploded onto the site there. Curry with just absolutely shots on point, gets the 3K, closes out the round pretty much by themselves at that point, and it was a 5-on-3 max. They had every opportunity to lock that site down, and they just lost control of it.
I mean, Sova is just so strong on Ascent, and usually we see that coming out later in the rounds with Hunter's Fury or even the penetrable weapons like an Ares or an Odin. But maybe just Curry and the Ghost is magic fiends right there. Look at that. It's clean triple kill on Highway, giving them the round win.
Embarrass them.
Yeah, it's a good round to win there, and you do see not too much investment coming in from Hyperspace Dark here. A couple sheriffs and a marshal. Marshal was made a little bit cheaper, so it's not as much of a risk to, pick it up here. A couple other slight changes to it. I don't really think the changes were simply that amazing. It zooms in a little bit more, but overall, it's still a marshal.
To be honest with you, Doc, I completely forgot they changed the scope of the Marshal. I haven't even noticed.
It wasn't a lot. It was like 0.25 magnification total or something like that. Very, very small amount.
Yeah, it's an interesting amount, but I feel like it hasn't made too much of a difference, at least from what we've seen here. But with only a minute left in the round, we're seeing that Spike take a very slow journey yet again. Hyperspace made a great advantage of that last time on B, but this time around it might be working even less to their benefit than it did before. They're not close to either site. First opening pick is not even going to their favor. Instead, no, it's going to be all of the defense coming on through, taking over mid-site. 38 seconds left now. Look at this. Day is just holding down tight behind the green box as long as humanly possible. The Omen on their right, it's going to be helping out a little bit more with some extra alternatives, extra offensive power. But even then, there's a fight from the back. Clamran's able to find yet another one, but that's going to be a 4K.
Oh, man. That's crazy. 14 HP. Still challenges into the smoke, though, and they could have lost them. They could have lost control of that there, but they hit their shots. They get the one tap after picking up the nice, clean kills there, both in mid and on the flank, and great stuff from Clamran there, keeping them in the round, making sure that they do not lose any losses too. Actually, it was flawless, so they get to carry everything into the next round. Probably going to go for a bit of a bonus here, since it is going to be the third round gun round, but Hyperspace Dark now have fully equipped themselves.
And this is where I think both teams are going to get really scary here, Doc. We see Hyperspace, though. They weren't able to do very well with the pistols or even the light buy rounds here. But now with the more familiar Vandals and Phantoms in hand, look how much more confident they're pushing B-side here. Before, they're fighting very much slow, but now CT's practically taken over by Tryhard, or maybe not. Curry's able to find the opening pick, but even then, look at that. They're able to take over the site.
Yeah, that's just really unfortunate there. Was still being tagged up by the recon dart as they dashed into the smoke, and so they just couldn't escape. They got caught in translation, and as we do see the spike now completely down on the ground, and it's a 5v4 retake, and we've seen how this goes in a certain way before, as Zul already onto the site gets one, but Curry, the previous savior, goes down.
Oh no, but big old Nick is able to clutch it out for a little bit longer. He's gonna fall as well. That's only gonna be 2 left alive. Look at that though, they're hiding in the back as much as they can, able to clap things back. Hyperspace Dark get their first round win.
Batteries staying strong in the back of the pit there, able to get 2 nice clean shots there in a row back onto Catwalk and pretty much saved the round. It could have gotten a little bit scarier if Zul had been able to pick up the kill when they jumped down, but I think they must have got caught still in movement, so they didn't quite have the accuracy they may have wanted there, so they end up falling and giving Batteries the opportunity to clutch up there. So yes, it's the first round win for Hyperspace, but it does also mean it's now the first full bye round for the Wolves.
That's gonna be scarier too. Wichita Wolves shown how powerful they could be at the beginning of each round here with even minimal weaponry, but now only 1 round away, determining whether or not we're gonna see a tie game or if WW can take this lead going forwards.
That's pretty interesting, actually. I think using the Cloudburst instead of just shooting the Recon Dart, it does trade 1 non-refundable ability for 1, refundable one, in terms of that the cooldown will come back off of the Recon Dart, but it still pings, which means it's not destroyed, and it doesn't tag anybody. So you can make the call there that there's actually nobody out B garage, which is pretty important because it then kind of makes the enemy team think, and you can see them now slowly rotating. They're still watching B. They actually haven't really fallen away from the site at all, as we do get the lockdown now, but can they now get onto the site without really too much hassle? Clamoring with the operator, not going to hit the shot.
Oh, they have to back off a little bit as well. CT not in a better position. This is going to allow a lot of time for Hyperspace to get onto the site. Look at this, though. All the different angles being held together by Hyperspace. They've been in this position before. It didn't work out. Now it's up to this op from the back on the defensive side to maybe clear away some positioning for somebody, but oh, what? Right below Barbershop, able to find another one. That's going to be clamoring, though, having to push up. It's not going to be enough. They're not able to get onto the site. It's only CT. Day trying to get closer, trying to find this jet, but they're able to do so even through their own smokes. Only 1 left alive. It's going to be the last Omen.
Oh, no.
Able to make it a 1v1 now. New Prophet has to jump down, but Batteries again, twice in a row, is able to clutch it out.
That whole sequence of events was absolutely nutty. You see Clamoran just barrel stuffing them into Secret there. Lotus had the idea that somebody was going to peek him, but just couldn't get the shots on target. I would have loved to be able to see Clamoran's perspective there, because I'm wondering if it was a no-scope or if they had pre-scoped it, knowing that somebody was going to be there in Secret. And either way, absolutely works out for them, but Batteries once again in the back of the pit, completely standing their ground and making sure they get shots on target. They even went aggressive, popping through the doorway to get the final kill there.
Oh, but we're back on an eco round again, it seems, for the defense, but it doesn't matter when you're Day able to get a double kill out of the Sheriff. Quick draw, McGraw goes down, but even then, look at that, they're able to push up from it.
Yeah, it was a little messy. The knives came out and just completely whiffed, so Day able to pick up 2 kills there, completely breaking what little economy those couple players had there. So, a bit awkward, because it does mean that A, it's not a flawless, and B, there's actually potential to lose the round, as we do get Clamoran in the skies, able to get 2. Tryhard only has 4 HP. Anything coming on through here could end up Shock Dart. No, Recon Dart, excuse me. They know exactly where you are. Is there even a Shock Dart? There, it doesn't matter, because Curry has the shot, hitting 3s all day.
Holy moly, Curry has been an absolute monster. Well, we got to give that whole round beginning today. Able to get that double kill, playing so far overextended outside of A, being able to get a double headshot with the Sheriff right outside. That was a chef's kiss before the meal even came out.
What's even weirder, though, is that there were 3 players there. You had Lotus, who was going for the Leer. You had Tryhard, and you had Big Ol' Nick, who was going for the ultimate orb. So, 2 of them were busy, right? You had Lotus and Big Ol' Nick, who were preoccupied, but Tryhard just didn't shoot. Tryhard was the one that was supposed to be watching everybody's back and making sure that exactly that play didn't happen. Oh, right. Yep. This is Escape from Tarkov. I forgot. But yeah, I mean, just tragic stuff there. They lose the round. They're back on the Classics 2 max, and This could be back and forth. This could be a bit of a struggle.
Oh, one thing I wanted to mention early on too is the Hunter's Fury in the possession of Curry and already making good use of it. Lotus is going to fall, and that's such a huge stronghold for Hyperspace already off the board. It's going to be a little bit more pressure now onto the Jet, the only duelist left alive here. Luckily for Hyperspace, though, everyone on their team is very capable of fragging out, but when Wichita, at least in this matchup, Doc, we've seen a lot more consistency from the defense.
Yeah, they've just been able to hold strong a lot more, whereas the wins coming in from Hyperspace have been so reliant on a big clutch that have come in from batteries, you know, in those 1vx situations, whereas just Wichita Wolves, when they win hard, and they win just by as a team cohesive effort. Yeah, they got, you know, 2 kills by themselves with no assistance whatsoever, but from that point on, the rest of the team came together and made sure that it was actually a winnable round instead of just a throwaway, you know, deco round.
Oh, absolutely. And look at this here, too. We have Hyperspace all colluding themselves in the middle of mid. They have to go up through tree. They pretty much don't have a choice otherwise. If they want to push through tree, they already know that the enemies are there on both sides. The Nuke Prophet's going to put a molly down to stifle their attacks. That's not going to stop some of the members, though, from trading out, but even then, they have to run away to B while they can. But it doesn't seem like they think of that as an option. Minutes left. It's going to be
Curry!
Oh my God, a double kill with a shock dart.
Draining threes, baby.
He's the 3 master.
Yeah, it's the namesake. He just absolutely sunk that, got the double kill for the total of 3, and it just keeps adding up and stuff like that. You'll love to see. It does give the next buy round into Hyperspace dark, but Wichita Wolves are looking hot. Everybody is doing their job, and you know, it sucks to see a duelist at the bottom, but they're 1-3. It's not like they're in the action every time just getting blown up. They've been on the opposite side of the map.
You know, I would argue too that Nuke Prophet, he's been the most defensive sided person. He's the one making sure that sites don't get taken over a lot of the time, especially on A. He's putting those mollies down. He's putting everything he can utility wise to make sure no one can enter, and he's letting the rest of his team shine.
Yeah, I mean, granted, not ideal for a duelist, but sometimes you got to play the role. You got to play your part, and so it is good to see that. I mean, that hot hands last round was crazy.
Yeah.
It did so much damage, and Curry wouldn't have gotten that setup otherwise. So just, you know, make do with the lemons you're given.
But what about Lemon Tree right around the corner? There you go. It's going to be a trade happening inside of mid, but even then, Spike is nowhere near any of the sites. It's down to this rogue Killjoy again, having an Omen off the center a little bit as well. Curry, absolute monster so far. This matchup's going to be taken down relatively early on, and this is one of the first times in a while we've seen WW at a disadvantage. Nuke Prophet, though, right around the corner, stuck in the middle of A main, in the middle of the arch, is surrounded by the enemy. He might be able to make something work, but he's flashed out and opt immediately. That's only going to leave 2 left alive now. Unknown as to the locations from the attacking side, but once we approaching heaven ever so slowly with an op in hand, but being so close and yet so far away at the same time, this Jet needs to prioritize their targets. This other Killjoy, though, on Wichita Wolves needs to go down and find a different route. Keep an eye on Tryhard now. Might be able to find a sniper hit, but it's actually going to be a penetration shot from the other Jet trying to find somebody. Day pushing forwards, trying to find something, but I think this round might be done and dusted, Doc.
Yeah, you can already see them positioning themselves to save the operator at the very least. Day here might be going for some exit frags just to try and bust up the economy a little bit here of Hyperspace. But in a 1v4, you can't really even convince yourself that that's going to happen just simply because the numbers advantage. So they're actually still going to get one. 4 batteries, last man in, last man out. This time does fall. Day just barely surviving the spike explosion. But yeah, I mean, a little bit of economic damage, you save up a bit, so it does look like they'll be able to buy up at least one more time. They might actually still have one after this too.
Plus the ostrich stayed on both sides.
Yeah, both that's huge. 5k credits staying on both sides in terms of weaponry means that it's pretty healthy for the economy there.
I was really nervous about Tryhard for a minute. They were pushing through heaven, smoked off completely. They were trying to find some shots going through, but there was no way that was going to work. Luckily, though, they saved the off, and even then, though, a 1-point score differential. Oh, never mind.
Tryhard just gets blown up by their counterpart, and That's not something we've been seeing, right? Like we haven't seen Clamoran on the A site. They've been hanging out in B garage, making sure nobody can peek out there. So there was definitely a good reason for Tryhard to just simply not expect that. That had been Nuke Phoenix's position shortly before that. What?
Okay. I mean,
Batteries.
bye, Jets.
Yeah, batteries just lit them up.
Holy, and the action doesn't stop there either. We see a lot of entryway going into trees, but even then, they're being blocked off. But it's helping them out. There's gonna be some presence inside Ivan, but look at Nuke Prophet trying to make his way through with the run it back, but even then, he put himself in such an awkward position, but he's lucky to not be taken down because of that. It's gonna be up to him now trying to make his way through, blinded out a little bit. He's able to find Big Ol' Nick, but even then, just a back and forth. It's gonna leave Wichita Wolves now one left alive. It's the Killjoy. They saved last round, and it looks like they might have to save again, but the plant only now is going through. The big thing I'm concerned about is that everyone on the board has ults, but it doesn't matter.
Nice little hold there in trees, very far back. You basically know at that point nobody's going to be coming from Catwalk most of the time. Had they been able to come through Catwalk, it would have been a very slow, methodical approach. And so, you know, you kind of get rewarded for that at that point. But looky here, we are seeing a bit of a mixed eco round coming in here from the side of Wichita Wolves. Their economy not exactly supportive of a full buy. You know, see Dave picking up a Vandal, Nuke picking up the Phantom there.
Thank you.
But they're still within, you know, limitations here of the economy.
Well, one thing I'm looking at right now is Day OP's possible lockdown that we could see this time. They've had to save 2 rounds in a row now. This would be a great time to let Hyperspace just take over the site and use it.
All right, Clamoran, once again, opening pick.
Much slower round happening as well here. They're going to be trying to go through trees yet again on Hyperspace's side, but this has had really mixed results. They've been able to win the last 2 rounds, but before that, it was kind of a shaky battle. Already some frags going through Zol from the back. He's going to get locked down. It's like the end of the Phantom Menace all over again, but this time, both Darth Maul and Qui-Gon die yet again. With that being said, though, look down below. Inside Hell, 2 demons are resting by, but so many angels up above are looking for their chance to get some redemption. But Tryhard might be able to snipe them away, but misses the shot. Oh no! So much smoke's going on through. This could be the chance for Wichita Wolves to bring it back. Still no lockdown in possession. Clamoran's able to find a double, but even then, Batteries with a 3K is holding down the fort almost single-handedly. Tryhard's trying so hard to find these kills, but isn't able to do so except for the very last one.
Absolute disaster there for Wichita Wolves. They had the amazing flank coming in from Zul, who was just too late to the party. They popped out of the smoke just as the door was closing, unfortunately. If they had just been a bit quicker, a bit more decisive, they would have had 3 backs facing them, and they could have absolutely melted the round. Once that door went down, though, there was no way for them to easily get onto the site, and so they had to break down the door. It signals their approach, and just nobody else could get some shots on target. And so we're seeing weaponry still in the hands of Wichita Wolves. I'm wondering what financee they got to give them to them, because they have not been in a good spot for a minute now.
And there's so many ults on Hyperspace's side too. Now there's a double lockdown potential on both sides. Plus the Hunter's Fury. This could be lethal if they choose to go for B, but they're stalling themselves out again.
Yeah, they're making slow rotations. Nobody's peaked Cat just yet, so it's a very defensive spot here coming in from Wichita Wolves, who have played quite aggressively in a lot of these rounds, and so they're hoping that going in the opposite direction kind of lends them some credibility here, and hopefully, you know, wins them around, obviously. But looking at the map here, we see almost everybody now transitioning over to this A site. They're trying to gain some room over at trees. We do have the Empress popped now, so that's a big sound cue. They're gonna find it, and the Zol gets what?
You should run.
It has been trees for the last 4 or 5 rounds now, and it has worked so much, dog. Look at this, so many trades going on through. The whole kill feed turns into a pinwheel. But Tryhard with a double, no less, is able to clear out the fort. It's only going to leave 2 left alive now for Wichita Wolves' side, but they have to make it work. Tryhard now putting the the spike into the ground, but Lotus is able to clear out Nuke Prophet. There's only 1 left alive. It's going to be that Omen. He was locked behind on A main. This is the most awkward spot to push if you're a defender. Watching away, though, are both attackers not looking at the right angles. This could be the perfect time for him to go in untouched, unnoticed, but no! Oh no! A IK from Tryhard.
The teleport to go behind him was so big brain, but again, just too slow to make a difference. They, had to check all those different angles. Even knowing that they probably wouldn't expect that type of a flank, you still got to check it, right? You can't know exactly where somebody's going to be. And Tryhard was so focused on the tree position, but they make a couple callouts, they check a couple spots, make a couple phone calls, and they're like, wait, he's behind us. So they pull a 180, and they still manage to get the hit on there with the operator, and it's just Hyperspace Dark have been on a roll. They got some economy behind them, and they are unrelenting.
Plus, too, the teleport happened at some point and you never checked where the Omen was. It's a good idea to check around everywhere, and Hyperspace still has an Omen teleport to work with. Of course, there could be a mini one, too, if you're Zoe trying to evade the pressure coming up from batteries, and that's smart, too. But at this point, Hyperspace have not changed their A strategy once.
As we do get the Hunter's Fury coming on through. Curry's able to pick up one onto Big Ol' Nick. So it does remove the Killjoy. Not the most impactful kill right off the gate, but Tryhard with the knives out, running it down full on W King. Day!
But Day, that's the magic area. The magic area coming out from that chef. The fireball's going to go down as well, dividing almost the entirety of the site in half. But even then, he's going to be dropping down just a little bit more. Clamran's able to find yet another one, but the bodies are dropping all over the place. That's going to be a first win in a while coming out from Wichita.
Full on thrifty. They're able to pick up the operator, weapons from everybody as well. That's a huge round win for the Wichita Wolves. Not only do they, manage to win the round, they keep 5 members alive. They keep 5 rifles by simply stealing them away. If only it had been a bit sooner, right? Because now it's the last round of the half. The economy is meaningless. They still had to buy up a rifle somehow. I don't know what happened there. They must not have been able to find the 5th one, but fully equipped, fully kitted out. They have the lockdown available for the defense versus the Hunter's Fury there on the offense. So we'll have to see if they interact, if they decide to use it, and what seems to be the game plan, especially with Killjoy on the wrong side.
And Day has been holding onto this lockdown for at least half of the game so far, but Clamran able to find the op shots yet again are going to be such a great opener to the final round of the first half. We have to wait to see now if B side is going to be the magic side against the Hyperspace to clear things out. However, Wichita Wolves have a beautiful opening here, but it's a battle of the ops. It's like the Civil War all over again, and just like that, it's over.
And they didn't use anything to miss.
Oh, no.
None of them. The teleport wasn't used. The Hunter's Fury wasn't used. The lockdown unused. And the only ultimate that technically got used was Nuke's front and back. And that was something they earned by winning the round, basically. So overall, just gunplay, which to be fair is the name of the game, right? It's a tactical shooter, not a tactical abilityer.
Oh.
Yeah. Click heads win games, Max.
Is a game that requires, I don't remember the whole copy pasta.
Not sure which one you are speaking about intricately.
Oh,
but
the abilities do not allow you to get kills. Revealing it. Or something
true.
like that.
That's true. That was before Raise. So
Yeah.
Every ability before Raise was undamaging, non-damaging. So then the Fire Nation attacked, as we all know, and 6-6 for the half means that Wichita Wolves now offensively planting the spike.
And Wichita came into the site so quickly, there was no opposition whatsoever. In fact, they already made their way to the top of heaven and they're able to find kills out of it. That was a pretty good trade, all things considered, being able to get all the way up there untouched and bringing things down to a 3v3. It's hard to say who's coming out on top here, but so far, Hyperspace are struggling a little bit. They have control yet again of the site. They bait out the mollies coming out from Day, but even then, they have to get onto that spike. So there's one extra trick up their sleeve. It's yet another molly. They're trying to go for the defuse, but they're unable to. Nuke Prophet holding down as much as he can, flashing everybody out. It's a done and dusted round, giving the favor, though, of Wichita.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Prophet being able to pick up a couple kills at the end there. Curry should die.
Oh.
Yeah. So overall, nothing was lost because they only had the classic, but really great Molotov usage there from the Wichita Wolves. They had the Nano Swarm, the Hot Hands, just lots of time bought there between those two abilities alone. Plus, then you have the three members just peeking in and out, in and out, in and out, just trying to get the kill. And Nuke somehow actually gets the kill from the farthest member away. He had both Tryhard and Zadunga in their face, and they still managed to get the kill on a big ol' Nick, who was, in that scenario, the diffuser.
It makes me wonder, too, now if we're going to see such an aggressive rush coming out from Wichita. A lot of the times they go for eco rounds, or now that they have to worry about their economy a little bit more, if they want to play it a little bit more safe. But it seems like mid's the way to go, and that's not something Hyperspace ever did.
Nope, but full control seems to be. They're already through market onto the site. He just completely fell away. Tryhard ran all the way back and now finds himself back at the top of market. Batteries, though, gonna pick up the first blood.
And Hyperspace are going about this so slowly. There's not much they can really do besides attack from CT and maybe B main if they're able to get far enough, but the Killjoy turret's at the very edge of B main as well. That's only leaving one possible way of getting in. They could have gone through Marketplace, but Nuke Prophet said no, not even CT, not Marketplace, nowhere. But now everyone on Wichita Wolves completely on site. It has to be just a funnel in from one singular area, maybe a little bit of Marketplace as well, but Zul has that under control with a double kill, no less. No, make that a triple.
Something about these omens are just top notch. Both of them have been so good on this attacking side. Triple kill after triple kill after triple kill. And, you know, Zul only halfway up the scoreboard, but still 12 and 10. Very great score coming in from them. It's only matched by the 13 and 10 Batteries, who is the top frag of that team. So only being beaten out by that one kill. But look at the assist column. That still matters, Max. It still matters. That's why it's called the KDA. 5 assists for Zul, 1 for Batteries.
And both the top frags have 10 assists as well. Actually, no, I apologize. Those are deaths, not assists. But they still have a lot of assists. I'm getting confused with CSGO here, but that's okay because what we do see is Lotus being able to rack up the kills even more. Not so much the deaths. A lot of trades going on through, though. Hyperspace having the skedaddle a little bit more, backing up and towards the back of A as well, but they don't really realize what's happening with WW's side. In fact, Tryhard's able to find one before relegating themselves out of there as well.
Great flank from Tryhard, actually. You could tell that the Wichita Wolves completely didn't expect somebody to be that far forward. And if you looked at the very bottom of the ability table there, you actually even noticed that Tryhard didn't tailwind in. They just walked/ran the whole way. So they may have made noise. They may have been just very methodical about it, but they still managed to get behind everybody. And so now, as we see Big Ol' Nick pick up a kill here, it's just a 2-on-4. Wichita Wolves, bit of a tough spot.
And I'm wondering if this is an unpopular opinion, but you don't really see lurking jets too often either. So I could definitely see the surprise factor coming out there from Tryhard. And yeah, it was one heck of a surprise. Only one has gone down on Hyperspace's side for this defense so far, and Wichita are essentially lost with 20 seconds left.
Yeah, bit of a dunzo round here. Not really much to be lost or gained here. Curry obviously having this Phantom probably wants to hold on to it, as well as the armor too.
10 seconds left.
Although the way armor works in this game, it took one bit of damage, you got to replenish the whole thing. So, oh, that's huge.
Oh,
wait, no, that's the opposite of huge. I honestly thought the other Sova killed the Sova. I thought Zadunga had died, and I thought it was 2 free kills over to the Wichita Wolves. But
that would have been nice.
It was the opposite way.
Then the timer would have gotten them anyways. If they had done that with 10 extra seconds, that could have been huge.
Yeah. Either way, unfortunately, for the side of the Wichita Wolves, they do lose their first round of the second half here. So it's 8-7, still within 1. This is still rightly close.
I'm wondering if Hyperspace can take this back, because we have seen Wichita for so long this matchup being able to really come out on top in these very close engagements. But right now, Lotus, the bottom frag for Hyperspace's side, trying to find something. Isn't going to find a whole lot in A main, but at least is able to back them off, flash everybody out a little bit. And now I think they're trying to bait out a rotation to B. What?
Making a little bit of noise, yeah. I feel like we haven't seen that many Leers. I'm gonna be honest.
We haven't seen a lot of flashes overall, really, or at least effective ones. Yeah, and even then, like, those are really up close. They haven't been that effective. But look at Cameron, though, trying to make their way and unable to do so. Only a judge in hand. It's an eco round from Wichita, but they're able to make it work on Hyperspace's side. They're just letting them pile on in and just mowing them down like blades of grass.
Yeah, nobody checked door switch, and so, you know, Clemran so deep into the site there just didn't really have anybody watching their back. It was kind of like when you go for it at the club and your buddies don't follow you and you're just like left out to dry, hook, line, and sinker. And so now 5v2, it's the same two from last round, coincidentally. We'll have to see if the few remaining Wolves can get anything done
left
here, but it's a pretty stacked A site.
Yeah, it's kind of like deja vu from the last round, what we saw. Same exact attack in the beginning, same exact results, probably towards the very end. The only difference is that Lotus is alive this round, and presumably everyone in Hyperspace will stay alive, depending on how this engagement with Batteries goes, but Batteries isn't going to go for it. He's just going to keep smoking stuff out. In fact, Curry's going to fall. That's going to leave only one left alive, and I think that Omen's going to save.
You're just going to try to. There's only 3 seconds left, so...
He's in a corner.
They should be able to. But, oh man, what does their economy look like going into the next round? I'd love to see the scoreboard here.
It's okay.
Not great.
It's just it's like a high C. Like if you're grading it.
Man, you are a very generous grader, Maximilian. There,
That's the only reason why I graduated.
Fair. They had 27 as the highest number there. I mean, they can't even afford Stingers, which are more expensive now. They're 1,100 credits. They got 1. It's a tough round. D. Oh, man. Yeah, D. I'm just gonna give it a flat D, not even plus or minus, just the big old D in terms of economy.
Makes you wonder what Wichita's going to try to give them this round. But look at that. Clamoran's already on the inside by the switch, but Batteries always holding this one position. The very top lip has been able to make it work out so well, but this is just an absolute battlefield. It's a 3v3 now. So many bodies are gone. Lockdown still not in effect, but at least the Killjoy on Wichita's side is going for the plant. Lotus, though, might be able to combine forces. Maybe find that Omen, but Zol's going to TP out of there, go to the back of the site very effectively, but doesn't go for it. Dies because of it. What was the plan?
Not quite sure what's going on there as we do get the lockdown destruction. Hunter's Fury not going to find any frags outside of the equipment, but with just 2 remaining members, they crisscross the streams and they take the lead once again.
Would it be fair to not blame that round, but if Zol had gone for the teleport, I think that would have been Wichita's round.
I thought he was teleporting to the back of site, but looking back at it again, he was actually teleporting into, it looked like defender ramp here to try and find some information. That's what I'm thinking.
No, there's no way. He teleported behind Curry. Right?
That's what I thought initially. I'll have.
Yeah, he teleported in the boathouse. But then, like, why wouldn't you stick there? You can't get information and TP out because you're sitting duck. That Reyna already knows where you are.
Because you made sound falling. Yeah, big old question mark ping there onto your teammate. Maybe just an X9 as well, but Owldrone gonna go in, gonna find a little bit of knowledge as we do see Clamran with the second kill of the round.
And Hyperspace, they are just being whittled away like a bar of soap right now. Going back to B side again, Wichita Wolves want to have a redemption round, and they're gonna find that the B site's in completely clear. Everybody left on Hyperspace are all clamoring outside their own spawn yet again. Now they all could go down the same exact method, but they might suffer like they did when they were on the attack themselves.
Yeah, they're taking a little bit slow. I am curious if they're even going to fully commit to this since they are now in a losing position. This would give double digits over to the Wichita Wolves. No, it wouldn't. It would the other way. It would tie them up once again. Hyperspace, though, having just won a round, maybe feeling a bit economically insecure, but even that's a bit bold. I mean, 7K across the board, it seems. Try hard, getting chased down, but still fragging out.
And Hyperspace is so cautious about going into this. The timer is still ticking down on the spike. They're running out of time. In fact, they have run out of time. The smoke goes down. Everybody skedaddles out of there. It's just too late. That's a 3-person save.
Yeah, that was a little curious to me. I I guess they just don't feel confident jumping into that B site with all its angles and everything. The operator can be a bit of a handicap there as well, since it is such a tight area. You can't exactly, like, you know, peek around and spray and pray with it. So ties it back up, but I don't know. I think I would have liked to see him go for it a little bit more, especially since look at their economy. They have 6K here into Zunga, 7,400 onto batteries. They could have risked a little bit more.
They could have, and like you mentioned too, having the op be, you know, kind of a crutch in those situations. We've seen both teams now in that kind of position too. But now that they had that 3-person save, they can go for having less eco rounds towards the very end of the game. So maybe it was big brain. Day is able to find the opening pick, and that's gonna be one of the ops completely gone. And that's Tryhard down as well. No knives in their position, but here's the thing I've been waiting to see for so long. It's another Killjoy lockdown. But as soon as it goes down, it breaks. No! That's full control of the site again. Are we gonna see another 3-person save from Hyperspace? No, but maybe not. I think they're going to try to go for it, but even then, it's a 1-person left. Zunga, are you able to make this work? That's going to be a tough ask, and I don't think it's going to work out too well. Keep in mind, Zunga, too, kind of swapped out for Schmuckles here. Has to make something work, but the option almost takes him down. If he's able to get even one, but that's not going to happen either.
Nope. So that does give double digits, and now over to the Wichita Wolves, who are just very explosive on this attacking side. They're constantly getting that opening frag and expanding upon it at this B site, and Hyperspace Dark just not looking comfortable whatsoever on the retakes. I mean, 3v4s and stuff like that should be doable. You should feel confident in those types of situations, especially when you have something like the operator on your jet or the ultimates available, and they just didn't even try. They didn't no attempt whatsoever. So it's tough things like that, but we are gonna
Transformers. Oh. But yeah, speaking about that last round, we didn't even see utility coming out from Hyperspace too much to really try to go for it. Instead, these have been raw gunfights through and through with the, you know, with the absurds or with the inclusion of smokes. Not even a lot of leers or flashes have been used throughout the entirety of this match besides the Phoenix.
Exactly, and you know, little hot hands actions come out from Nuke as well, but
yeah,
overall the teams are just left clicking, right? Like they're just clicking heads, moving on with the day, and not really over committing much. We haven't even it hasn't felt like we've even had a lot of ultimates if we're really thinking about it. You know, we've had a couple lockdowns, yes, but we could have more. Yes, we've had a couple, you know, knives, but we could have more. Run it back, just about going to expire. Gets a ton of knowledge going through tree. Some of them might not expect it, but they get one.
And that's another thing too, is we see a lot of attempts of big plays, but they always get traded out immediately on both sides. Clamrant has a great potential as well, hiding at the back of A main, but that Killjoy might be able to find something at the top of heaven if they're able to play it correctly. Batteries, though, is going to be able to go towards where that Killjoy once was, but even the ult didn't quite work out the way they had hoped. The teleport, not able to do too much, smoking things out completely. It's going to allow Batteries to have some one-on-one time with the rest of the friends of Wichita's side, but even then, he's going to fall. He's able to take over the site without even really realizing it. With that being said, though, able to find yet another one. It's going to be Omen down to a 1v1, but it might be too late. The Molly in hand, I believe, but no! It doesn't even matter if you have a Molly or not. Nuke Profit comes with a headshot at the very end.
Lots of great stuff there from both sides. There was lots of great trading. We saw Batteries once again in clutch form hit a nasty shot there on a Clamran who had the operator and it was killing all of his teammates time and time again, no remorse whatsoever. And they still they missed the one corner that had a profit in it, and the big brain finally came on through. It's 11-9 now. This could become map point in favor of Wichita Wolves if it's not careful for Hyperspace. They do have a buy here, so they do have something to work with, just no operator.
The stakes are fairly high at this point too, Doc. Wichita Wolves, like you mentioned, 1 point away from match point, and that's going to have Hyperspace have to force the overtime, and yet no ults on the board, not a lot of utility being used from their team. The stakes don't feel as high as they really are. It's up to them to play a little bit more aggressive, like potentially right here, able to find one, but gets traded out yet again. Wichita Wolves, despite sometimes losing those numbers, always seems to have a plan.
Yeah, and it's just very little advantages they've seemed to need for themselves. They'll take one frag and just blow up a site with it. They'll take two frags and the site's theirs in completely. And so, you know, right now it's a 4-on-4. You don't have a ton of information on the side of Hyperspace Dark, so it does seem a bit shady right now. You are going to get some noise over the B site, although I don't know if they would have been close enough to hear that. And that recon dart is huge.
That's probably the best one we've seen.
It's so much information too. I mean, look at that. They've now gone full retreat mode.
But there's at least still time to go for the retreat. It's a 4v4 and nobody's on B. In fact, that recon dart was so good that might be the undoing for Hyperspace here. They have shown in the past how unwilling they are to take over the retakes for B site, and now that's the only option Wichita has. They're going to go for it as much as they can. Hunter's Fury still in the possession of Wichita's side, but even then, Day alone, this one Killjoy is able to stave off the entirety of the defense, and they don't even have to be in that same position anymore. Try hard, the other Killjoy putting turrets down, putting utility down, something we haven't seen before, but even then, this sniper from the back is able to hold them back as much as they can, and the Hunter's Fury no less too. A different kind of sniper, a more powerful one, able to hold off the enemy. Now there is Zoe from the back, batteries might be able to find one, but they're starting to whittle away the numbers. They're all gone. This is Hyperspace getting themselves in the double digits.
And that happened. That was not what I expected. We saw everything going the way of the Wolves, and they had some nice shots. They had some nice ultimate usage, and it seemed like they would have had it in the bag. But Batteries and Tryhard living up to the top of the scoreboard. They come out ahead. They hit some really, really nice shots there onto the side of Wichita, and they managed to stay alive and get the defuse on top of it.
And there weren't any ults used from Hyperspace either. We saw the Hunter's Fury coming out from Curry, and that did some damage, but even then, I guess the damage was already done on HSD's side.
Yeah, the frag coming out of the Hunter's Fury was a bit deceptive because there were two people in that alleyway, and yet even after the frag, they just kind of moved on with their life. They didn't think there was a second person there, so they sent that final shot into Market, which maybe if it had gone differently, maybe if they had shot that through the alleyway as well and pinged out that Tryhard was there, maybe it becomes a bit of a different round. But for now, they are pushing onto this A site. They got the opening frag, and now the run it back is on.
Oh, but this running back we haven't seen a whole lot of either, but even then, though, Zunga's holding it down a little bit more, but he's going to be traded out himself. That's going to be up to the rest of the team, having to push on forwards, take over the vengeance of that one Silva that fell. The Molly able to stave off some of the Heaven control as much as they can. Plant's going to have to go down. Zol having it in their possession. It's now a 3v4. Clamran and the others now going to even things out a little bit more. Batteries at the top of Heaven's going to find one. But this is going to be a tough situation to be in. Look at the blinds coming on through from below, but even then, none of the penetration kills are going to work. The teleport coming out from the other Omen is going to be a complete disappearing act. Bidet coming in for the flank in the back is able to find yet another one, putting the drone down, trying to see if they can find that last one, but it's down to a 1v1. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Batteries finds a blind spot, takes down Day, putting them at 11-11.
Batteries is single-handedly keeping Hyperspace Dark in this game. Without them, the game would be over. If it wasn't for Batteries, this game would literally be over. They've clutched 4 times by themselves to keep them alive here and to keep this even competitive. Without them, it's like we would have ended at like 13-7 or something like that. There's absolute bonkers play coming out from this Omen.
Batteries is absolutely big brain. We've seen some amazing teleports coming out from both Omens and some not so good ones, but you gotta admit the one that we saw from Zol as well was crazy at the very end, but ultimately it didn't matter.
Yeah, it just got some positioning and a little bit of knowledge. Curry gonna find a little bit of information, not gonna find anybody actually on the site so far, and there's already 3 people here. They're completely pushing on through. The Empress is on. They're getting flashed up though. 16 HP as Nate takes down 3.
What? Huh? Curry turned into a robot for a second, but the rest of the Autobots are making their way through CT. He's surrounded by the enemy. It's the end of Red Dead Redemption. Big old Nick with a 4K.
Yeah, big ol' Nick just able to crouch up, hold left click, make sure that nobody could find their way out of the garage there. And that was a round we haven't ever seen from Hyperspace Dark in terms of dominance.
That was a very action-packed round, and honestly, that was a more faster-paced round than we've seen in the other, 23 rounds we've seen this entire game.
Yeah, that was a lot of action in a small amount of time, and so it's now
We got our dosage.
Yeah, now we're back to the normalcy as we do have a pause state incoming. It's 11 to 12. We are on the threat of overtime, which for those of you at home, it is going to be win by 2 overtime. So if this does indeed go the way of the Wichita Wolves, we will go into overtime. If Hyperspace Dark can hold on tight to their batteries, they'll take a 13-12-11.
I'm wondering if they're able to do that. We could very well see overtime here, but it really comes down to how Hyperspace wants to play aggressively. We've seen them on the defense kind of stall themselves out, kind of psych themselves out too at different points, and yet when it mattered most, they were able to really bring that fiery energy that we just sorely lacked from their defense for the second half into that round. But now it's a 1-point differential.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much of that round was just kind of like luck in a way too, right? Like they just happen to have 3 people on the B site that's, you know, finally being attacked from the side of the Wichita Wolves versus like the A site, which generally hasn't had that much firepower on it. So they luck out a little bit there. Obviously, they get some nice shots through the smoke coming in from big ol' Nick. So it just kind of worked out in their favor. 3 seconds now into the final round. The Wichita Wolves are completely split right now.
And these split pushes haven't really been that effective either from either attacking team so far in Ascent. For the most part, they usually get the opening pick against them, and then they all kind of corral themselves to one point or another. In fact, no opening pick has even come out yet, and they're already trying to do so in mid.
And the attacker's killjoy kind of had the opposite effect. It actually rotated somebody over to the A site. And so now that the attacking lockdown has found nobody, we're going to get potentially nothing as the attacking side takes out big ol' Nick.
That was a really good molly coming out from Nuke Prophet there, but look at Zoe. He's able to find a double kill too, and just getting rid of everyone who might be taking care of A site. Now, Hunter's Fury might be coming out. This could be a last-ditch effort to keep things not so much into a 12 overtime, but it's not going to work out as effectively as he had hoped. Plant's still going to go down. Try hard, holding the top of heaven still, but the zombies are coming. They're going to surround them completely, and this could be a save, but would it be worth it? Probably not. They have to fight for whatever they have right now because that economy is not going to keep over necessarily no overtime. But Zoe on an absolute tear, now at a 3, almost a 4K, makes it almost 4.
And I don't even know what happened. They just won. Where was this Wichita Wolves like 3 rounds ago? They just absolutely dominated them. They came in with a weaker economy. They had Stingers and Sheriffs onto Prophet there, and it just worked out in their favor. And Pickle Nick, bit unfortunate there, got, you know, kind of out of sorts there with the Molotov. Probably should have just fallen back into hell and used the lockdown there. But they decide to challenge, end up falling. So that's a huge ultimate that wasn't used in that final round. So now we do find ourselves in overtime. Again, win by 2. You have to win 1 on the attacking side and 1 on the defending side. And so we do see the Wichita Wolves here defending first.
And these defensive rounds have been pretty effective on both teams. That recon dart's not going to work out this time. You commented many rounds ago how the Cloudburst was used instead, but now we're not seeing that. We're seeing a lot more utility prevention.
Yeah, just gonna shoot it out. No, not too much knowledge being gained there. You do get 1 tag with the Aldron. So you can conclude there is a single person there. That's about as much information as you have. 2 abilities used, and you killed the 1 person. Congratulations, as batteries trades back.
Yeah, and we've been seeing so many trades. It's not until the end of each round where we get to see a slew of kills come on through on a defensive site, but even then, Zol's gonna make that happen. No more trades! Batteries is the trade master, apparently. And now, with only so few left on the defense here, Nuke Profit's able to bring it back into a much more advantaged position. But no, there's still one more to deal with. He trades things out for Vandal, able to keep it in his hands. Now Curry might be able to chase away or maybe even chase down this Jet who's only hopping on through a bunch of lily pads getting to heaven. But they have no idea.
There's no glass.
This Jet is going to come from behind, able to steal him out, but no, it doesn't work. He misses the shots.
He ran out of bullets. Try hard.
Reload.
Match point.
That's tragic. That's actually unfortunate for both sides.
That
I
could
mean,
have costed them the game, Doc.
yeah, but I mean, like, both of them were wild on those sprays. Yes, Tryhard ran out of bullets first, but nobody hit their first shot, which is the name of the game. You got to hit the first shot if you want to come out ahead, and neither of them did that. I mean, if Tryhard just gets that frag, it then becomes a 1v1 situation, and very, very even in one as well. Oh, and now that happens, man.
It's a Christmas tree star.
Not a lot of
Oh, but look at
information gained.
Oh, Lotus keeps going for this aggressive push out of A main for the majority of these rounds, and most of the time they get traded first.
And they're dead now, Max. Which means it's a 5-on-4 defensing situation, but Tryhard's very aggressive with that operator and evens it up nicely and does it again.
Oh,
We might be
Sparks
hitting for
gonna go
double
down too.
overtime.
We may very well be able to do so, but this Jet's not going to find too much action either. Clamor tried to force their way in, but not able to do so. With that being said and done, though, that's going to put Wichita Wolves in a very interesting position. Not able to clutch this one out either. Tryhard with a 3K.
Double
Switching
overtime in the
Overtime.
first map of the day. Everything is coming up. The fans at home are loving it. They're seeing so much Valorant already. And again, big buy-ups here. That operator coming in from Tryhard was so critical. It did so much work there and basically won them the round.
And we mentioned that too, is how these like very small mistakes could be costing both teams these rounds here. And some of these small mistakes are turning into critical ones, large ones already in the beginning. Like the rush going into B-side last round might be turning around, though. Lotus able to find Curry first time.
Lotus finally going to get the opening frag and uses the ghost form to just get a little bit of knowledge. They do completely clear out the site and get the spike down now, so it's a 5-on-4 retake situation for the Wichita Wolves. Profit starting it off strong with one, gets a second one as well.
Oh, another. Oh, they already jumped down. That's not going to be two blinds in a row, though. But look at Nuke Profit going for the molly again. He's been magic with these, making them pinpoint exactly where they need to be. But with all this being said and done, it's going to be a snipe coming up from Day, able to find one, but get traded out almost immediately. But no, not just yet. They're going to stay alive a little bit longer. And again, Hyperspace on the attack, bring things to match point in their favor.
Switching sides. Match point.
Their attacking side has been a little bit hit or miss. That time, it was pretty hit. Now, they're onto this defensive side once again. Tryhard has that operator. 0 credits in the bank, by the way, because it is such an expensive weapon. So, if they can get the similar results here, then this may be it. We may just be stopping ourselves here. Double overtime. No need for the triple. But Tryhard has to be the one to do it. Has to be the one to hit these shots.
You have to wonder now, Batteries holding this power position inside of trees has been able to be the clutch master on the defense too, but if they lose down so quickly, that could also be double overtime. It really comes down to these really star players of this matchup here, and one of them, being Batteries, needs to stay alive and kind of play it a little bit safe. Zunga, however, playing a little bit more aggressive. Everyone's hiding behind green box and the rest of A, and that might be able to force a rotate going around to B.
Yeah, there's basically 0 information on either side. This Aloe drone will potentially see somebody, but if it checks Cubby, it'll see just one. If it checks, it doesn't even check Cubby. I don't think he saw anybody.
No, he didn't, Doc.
There may have been like a bit of Omen elbow there, but he didn't check Cubby, which means that's completely free of charge. They are going to get they see everybody now thanks to the drone, or to the recon dart, and they're out of cloud bursts. They have 0 cloud bursts.
And so because of all that, they dedicate still onto A, and Zunga is able to find the opening pick because of that, but they're going to be traded out yet again. It's a game full of trades, ladies and gentlemen. 20 seconds left. We've seen enough stalling coming out from Wichita Wolves that they finally have to make a move. The plant's going to go into the ground. Dryhard's able to find yet another one, but even then, having a 3v5 is not ideal for these attackers who only got the plant down and haven't really positioned themselves comfortably yet. Batteries now in that heaven position might be able to find somebody, but they're all hidden away by this point, except for that one little Jack Hall Clamran able to find batteries as well. But even then, they have to be able to bring it back a little bit more. 3v3 though. Clamran having that position to find the Omen before, might be able to find 2 more at the very least. No, he does find the Killjoy, but the other Jet gets away. If they can stall it long enough, this could be a defensive win. This could be an attacker win too, but Lotus is able to find Clamran. There's only one left. It's the Killjoy that goes down. This could be it. Is there enough time? And there is!
Plenty of time, and you know, we kind of gave Lotus a bit of a hard time earlier in the map, but talk about coming up clutch. The very literal game-winning moment, they get 2 frags right in a row, they give the defuse over to their dueling partner, and they absolutely ended that map strongly.
It was a beautiful ending at the very end there. I mean, holy. It could have gone either way. We could have seen 1 or 2 more sets of overtime too from the way things were going.
Oh, easily. Like, both teams were so on point, tit for tat, and that was probably the closest map we're going to have all night. I mean, it ended 15-13 on Ascent. That is razor-thin margins.
And what a better way to start things off with potentially, 6 maps that we could be casting tonight, Doc? That sounds pretty good to me.
That's a big ask to get better. That is very tough to be better than. And so with that, we're going to take a short break while we set up our map number 2 here for you folks. Stay tuned and we will be right back.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy. fly away. It's the first time of today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are once again on stream. And as you guys know, we had an absolute firecracker of a match number 1. And so now we're heading into match number 2, hoping it can be nearly as lit. Our 2 teams for this matchup are going to be Hyperspace Dark, who you may remember from map number 1, going up against Illusion, a team that we have seen a lot of in the past as well, and they are definitely explosive.
Illusion is a crazy team, Doc, and we're going to be seeing them unbind yet again. If you guys know your GLG history, they have been able to be absolutely powerful unbind in the past, and going up against Hyperspace Dark is, I believe, a bit of a rematch as well between the two. Unbind only a few weeks ago, where the results were interesting to say the very least.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great map. It's everybody's old favorite. It's all reliable in a certain sense. There's just too much fun you can have with teleporters. There's a lot of things and a lot of different strategy you can do. You know, if anybody remembers the dark days of Sage Brimstone, they're kind of back. We are just seeing a lot more of those Molotov usages across the board. We're seeing double shock darts. We're seeing just Brimstone mollies in general. We've seen them both on Ascent and on Split now, and Bind obviously is still there. We're seeing not so much nanoswarms. Nanoswarms have taken a bit of a hit there since they do need to be activated. But Bind is the whole reason all that stuff exists. Ignore the fact that Molotovs can't be extinguished. It's all Bind's fault.
That's true. Absolutely. Mollies are absolutely crazy when it comes to this map, and the Brimstone ones especially on a side where we see a lot of default plants go down. Last second, you think as a defender you have the defuse down completely. The Brimstone has no idea, but he's on the other side of that big, gigantic, what is it even, a wall? Part of a building?
Yeah,
whatever.
just a wall.
Yeah, just a giant
You can
wall.
see it right under the end there with all the trees. It's just a wall.
Yes, that little divot area. He has a launcher in the sky, and somehow, magically always, gets that molly into the spike, and you can't win the round. But I'm excited to see if we can see that again. One thing that's interesting too is Zunga hovering over the Viper pick. Unbind, no less.
I do like it.
You like it?
Yeah, you can cover a large portion of the map with your poison wall. So you can create a lot of different negative angles to try and force the enemy through. It does change, but yeah, Viper's actually been seeing, you know, buff after buff after buff, and so I think it's only a matter of time before we start seeing her widely accepted. There's like a couple key things that are really holding her back, like the wall being like set it and forget it. You also can't really do much with the smokes and things. Like, it's just small little things like that I think hold her back when compared to somebody like Omen or Phoenix even. But the ultimate on a lot of maps now can be really interesting. Like Viper on Split is really good. We're never going to see Split because Split's just permabanned, but she's good.
Yeah, I was going to mention the most maps I see Viper on competitively now are Split and Icebox. And I think I was telling some people this morning that I do honestly, truly believe by the end of the year, even if Viper doesn't get a single buff left, she's probably going to be one of the top most played agents. It does feel far away, but we're going to be going to March next week, and we're actually going to be going to the pistol round in about 5 seconds here. Fortunately, no Viper, but we do have a pretty close comp on both sides. The big difference here is going to be the double duelist, or the Phoenix duelist, pretty much.
Yeah, we got the raise too that we typically expect, so good stuff there. We are going to have Bandito as the sole jet player, who they've been absolutely nutty in the past on these duelists. We've seen them on raise though in the past, so we'll have to see if that is a little bit of a difference. This time Zeem seems to be piloting that explosive role, and Hyperspace Dark a bit slow here on the attack.
And this is exactly how they played against Wichita Wolves on Ascent only a few minutes ago, right? They're playing super slow, undecided, but then they explode onto a site once they feel comfortable. And that's going to put Hyrule and everybody on B kind of in an odd spot. Do they want to rotate, or are they expecting the TP? That's the big question that always comes out in Bind. And it seems like this time, the attack seems to be extra undecided.
I do think it's going to be a hit because of the bathroom, but already losing a player does pose a bit of a problem. Second player down to half HP as well. Lotus, though, breaking out onto the site, able to get one frag, going for the second, finds it, and is able to back away.
Oh, Lotus already feels much more in their element than they did that last game. Finding someone inside of Lamps, the spike still needs to go down. It's gonna be up to the rest of Illusion, having the rotate from that B site, going in with no into hot intel. Iru needs to peek on through, but Lotus with a 3K, all ready to start things off into a 4K, no less.
Phoenix pick over the Reyna, already proving dividends, just absolutely took over that round. I mean, able to get in through. Matherman wasn't under contention at all, just opens up, pops the face there into the doorway of Lamps. Not even like anywhere in heaven or anything like that. It's just the doorway to Lamps. They continue the W keying ways on through, and they end up cleaning up. Very nice.
And I mean, the Reyna pick isn't a bad one per se, or on Ascent or Bind, but I just feel like already he feels so much more in his element on a much more utility-focused duelist like Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen more curveballs than I think.
Through.
Did they? Oh, Papa
no,
Cole.
I guess not.
Yeah,
Papa Cole. He what? Solid snake.
No, what are you doing?
No way, Papa Cole! There's no way. Oh, short-lived, but still, stealth 100 coming out from that Phoenix. I thought I was crazy for a second because 2 only went down on Illusion's side, but Lotus are again with the 3Ks popping off.
Yeah, bit of a Pepega there, as we do see him not quite hit the headshot, but they get the kill anyway, and eventually it will just be the plant into round win. Just one old member left, but Big Ol' Nick now hands on the Marshall in the Cypher. It's really starting to feel themselves.
And we talked about this last map too, how the Marshall's magnification has gone up a little bit too, but it still allows a lot more up-close picks like that.
Yeah, it can be a bit tricky to see stuff like that, but I don't know. I do think that overall, I think the Cypher will end up being a little bit more impactful than the previous Killjoy.
Interesting. I mean, I could definitely see that. Killjoy, like you mentioned, the Nano Swarms haven't seen as much of a presence on Bind. Usually having those flank tripwires are huge for the site. But Bandito trying to go for the early aggression with the Ob onto Marketplace isn't going to find a whole lot either. That's going to put Lotus in an interesting spot. They can back up, make sure that other Sova doesn't get through again on Illusion's side. But Bandito still has full control of Hookah.
Is feeling a little concerned though, since the Owl Drone was sacrificed to get a little bit more information, but they're still in this weird purchase up on the side of Hyperspace Dark, right? Like they still don't have a fully equipped buy since it is only the 3rd round. Run it back already onto the site, trying to find a ton of information. Just gonna break a tripwire though and get lamp control.
Yeah, it's the same exact thing we saw on the pistol round here too. Lamp control in their favor. Karn might be able to find one though. He's almost going to turn into a double kill. If he's able to find the shots, being blind, he's not able to. But that's going to be another trade coming on through. Spike gets planted. Blinds coming out everywhere. Big Ol' Nick in control of towers. It's going to be up to the rest of these defenders to spread themselves out from the CT side and try to find a pick. Hyrum now by Green Box has seemingly no idea where the spike is. It's planted in default, pushing up. Has the abilities to find one. He finds one already. Lotus goes down, but that might not be it. There's still plenty of more. Kill feed in the favor of Illusion. 2 going down. 2 left alive. Hyperspace have to bring this back now. They have to play the aggressive. They have to hide away and play aggressive at the same time, but they fire one. Tryhard goes down. That's only going to be up to the Cypher. But even then, having no ideas, double blind going on through with the smokes. The Jet is going to push up instead and fight it with the Classic.
That was really shaky there for a little bit, actually, on Illusion's side. They were losing members left and right, just barely able to hang on to that round. They do get the round win eventually, but it was expensive. Like, they lost 3 of the 5 members and 3 of the 5 rifles, and so this time they're gonna be a bit shaken. They'll have a full buy, but lots and lots and lots of half armor on their side as well, whereas the side of Hyperspace Dark, they've won the first 2, which means they get a full and complete buy here on the 4th round.
And Lotus already 7-2.
It's a pretty good scoreline going into the 4th round. It's almost 2 kills a round. And the 4th round hasn't even finished. So technically, if we're counting just the 3 that have completed, it's like 3.5 kills per round.
And that's par of the course of what we've seen. I don't think we've seen a single round so far where it has been less than 2 kills. Oh, it's already starting too. All right, count with me. 1. Oh, it's coming. Don't you worry. Still
Did you
waiting
get
to
that?
see. Oh, I got it.
Still
Don't
waiting
you
for
worry.
more.
I'm waiting for kill number 2 to say it. Oh, it's coming. Ready? He's gonna pop flash, find the Sova. Yes, 2 kills for Lotus. But there's only 2 left alive on Illusion's side. There are knives from the Jet, but is that going to be enough? The answer is going to be no. They're already opting to save. Bandito with an op in hand. Not going to find a whole lot either. They have to save every little bit of utility. Even the Omen is just like, come over with me.
Yeah,
It's
this
not worth it.
is tough. Well, because they won one and now they're losing it right back too. So not only did they lose all the weapons they had purchased up, but they lost their win/loss bonus, and so they're getting the absolute minimum of credits here, an absolute pittance in terms of economic advantage, and so they came in absolutely tapped. There are multiple members on the side of Illusions right now. They're going to have 1,900 credits total. So yes, you saved a Phantom and an Operator, but what can you pair this with? You're going to have Stingers or Marshals or some other little bit of just wackiness.
Oh, but it looks like there's going to be a bit of a full buy as well. You're right. The 2 classic holders right now, it'll be interesting to see how they want to buy up, but with the force buys already surrounding the rest of Illusion's side, it's an incredibly broken buy, and if they lose this round as well, it's only going to get worse. If Bandito wants to save 2 rounds in a row, it very well could be a possibility, but you run the risk, Doc, of seeing a very, very slow and really not offensive bopper.
Yeah, and you've already signaled where your operator is as well. And so, Hyperspace Dark, they know what the economy is like in this situation. They've played enough rounds and enough matches of Valorant to know that when you win the 3rd round and then lose the 4th, you're broke. So they just go in the exact opposite direction of where they heard the big loud boom, and they're going to be finding Papa Cole here with just a Bucky. It works, but what more can you get out of it?
Papa Cole don't care. He hides in the smokes as long as he can. He tried to find some pre-fires, not going to find any more damage. Try hard, holding a small corner, blinded out completely. Defenders of Illusion pushing on through. Batteries is able to find one. It's just a complete meltdown of the attack. And again, the big question, Doc, can they survive economically?
Not that round, that's for sure. Heading into the next round, it's not looking good either. It's not looking great for them. Yeah, 2,600 seems to be the highest. Hyrule did have a bit more since we are seeing them with that 2,900 credit Vandal with the half armor. So, it's a bit of a save call. They're basically saying make sure you can buy next. Hyrule going a bit aggressive with it, but they're just looking to do a little bit of counter economic damage, I take it, right? Like if the Vandal gets 1 frag, then it kind of buys itself in terms of like give and take, I guess, if you think about it, but it's not looking like that's even going to happen at this point.
A lawnmower going over a pile of grass again. Only 1 left alive now, and it's going to be the Omen. It's not even worth saving, I would say, at this point. The smokes are going to go down, but with an eco round in hand, it's a 1v4, and I think he only has a Sheriff in hand as well. He's going to try to push on up. It's a valiant effort, but even then, the pre-fires through the smokes might be able to land a shot onto this Omen, and that's all she wrote. Zunga is using the Bloom Fire.
Yeah, I don't know. After the Pit of Valor 2 weeks ago, where we saw that Jet with the cursor that took up like half the screen, I don't ask a whole lot of questions these days, but Haroon with that Vandal able to do a little bit of damage. Like I said, that his purchase of 2,900 just cost Hyperspace Stark 2,900. So in terms of economic give and take, it's about even, but the rest of his team is dead, so it's not like it's a gain to be had.
And this is just lining the pockets more for Hyperspace, adding so much more economic value to their entire
9K
team.
9K on tryhard.
2 different members of the team are maxed out completely, and that's not even mentioning Lotus and Big Ol' Nick that are pretty close behind.
Yeah, and if they can't get a hold of this in the next couple of rounds, Illusions are just going to keep falling further and further behind. Eventually, they'll start getting enough money that they'll be able to buy up every round pretty much, but it's already 5-1, and this could potentially continue going that way. Zeem went right instead of left, and so they're actually not going to find anybody. And just the unfortunate paranoia coming on through completely shuts them down. Lotus with the run it back. Chalk it 6-1.
Oh, the run it back, trying to find intel's not going to find any. Now, Doc, the chat did mention, they don't bring up chat very often, but they want to see. And I think every time Lotus gets a kill for the rest of the game, we have to do the count. Or at least for a few more rounds. But he's been a little quiet too here. The plant's going to go down yet again, but there are 2 ults on the side for Hyperspace. Illusions, however, only 2 bodies left, could use a lot with the intel at their advantage. That being said, though, Papa Cole hiding down CT, has to push up, has to make his way into lamps. He has to clear it out. But the Sova drone is going to spot out both the Cypher and the Sova themselves, but that's going to get proper time. Karn goes down. But with that being said, though, is that going to be a second one? No, Tryhard capitalizes on it. And again, Illusion cannot find their footing.
So Lotus is falling a bit behind their metrics. They were at 3.5 kills per round. Now they're at a measly 1 point something. They're 12 kills in 7 rounds. So it's like 1.5, I think. Math's not exactly my strong suit here, but like you said, Max, they have fallen quite quiet in these last couple of rounds, and so there realistically hasn't been that much for us to count along with. So, you know, chat may just be a little bit disappointed at this point, but it's not our fault. Tell Lotus to get more kills. It's just what we can only do so much as casters.
To be fair, though, if I'm playing a game as a duelist and I have a 12 KD, I'm definitely going to play a little bit slow too and just enjoy it while I can.
Yeah, because as soon as that second kill comes in, it's just torched, right? It goes
like,
from 12 to 6. It's drastic. I might as well just quit my team at this point.
I can't work with 6?
No, it's not even a prime meridian. I think that's a math term, but
I think that was like a geography term.
No, isn't prime meridian when you can divide something by itself? Wait, you can divide 6 by 6.
I thought the prime meridian is what divided like the oceans in like land.
No, that's the equator, Max. Come on. Wait,
No, that's the center of the Earth.
What do you mean the center of the Earth? Yes, it separates the ocean. Yes, it's the equator. Come on. Hyrule picking up 2 with 7 HP, and it's all up to Lotus now to carry the remainder of this round. 7 HP Bandito with a classic with a shuriken. Small ninja stuff.
Luckily, though, Batteries gets the prime meridian spiked into the ground. Oh, you gotta say it. Beautiful. Oh, but things are getting a little bit closer here, and this is one of the closest rounds we've seen in quite a while here. Papa Cole inside showers with his teammate here. They're blinded out. Lotus gonna put up the firewall as well. This is a great chance for everyone to make their way through, but it's going to be a completely blind Omen trying to trick them out. Hyrule goes in from behind, might be able to find a flank, but it's too late. That Smite is still ticking away. He might be able to find the flank shot with a stinger in hand, but no, is the Sheriff going to make it a double? He has to look just around the corner. They have no idea, but no, he's not going to go for it. It was so close yet so far, and Lotus still gets it too! 2 kills for Lotus.
Finally, we cursed them into some more good fortune as they extend their KDA off to a nice, solid, round, and divisible 14. So, looking good. Although, technically, if you do a full KDA ratio, they're at 17, which is actually crazy because that's a lot. That means a lot of numbers are on their side.
A lot of numbers. I don't think we've seen a KD in GLG higher than a 14.
I mean, there's still a lot of rounds left, right? So like that could change for the worse, especially if Bandito's operator could do something about it. Try hard, not running the op.
And Bandito, too, doesn't normally play the Jet very often from my recollection. Last time around we saw Illusions, they played the Rays, and they put up one heck of a fight up against Governor, who was also an opping Jet. This time around, it's a bit of a quieter game, even though they are putting numbers on the board. Lotus has just been too powerful. But look at this, the champion of the night so far. Inside showers, pushing up the ceramic tiles, already angles pointing towards them, but the smokes are going to go under to try to hide things out for a little bit more. But this entry fragger wants to play into his role. Hyrule hiding behind green box, trying to find some pre-fires. Not going to find a lot right away though, but they're going to keep on trying. 44 seconds left. Bandito up in hand, could have a great chance to take down the president, but even then they're looking at the wrong angle. It's just not it.
Yeah, they're not exposed, but problematically, there's only 30 seconds left in this round, and you know, Hyperspace have made zero movement forward. We're gonna get a very aggressive Lotus coming in, and it's ruined, Max. The KDA is in the trash. Garbage tier player there. 15 seconds left. They're busting up some utility, but Hyvern's stopping the plant. 7, 6, 5, and the spike is down.
3, 2, 1, 0. Wow, Karn with a double kill at the very end there too. It's gonna put a second round on the board for Illusion.
Comeback season is in time. They do have a large economic disadvantage, as we do see 9K on Lotus before the buyout, but this could do it. This could be the momentum breaker. This could be what Illusions need to get back into it. They have the operator still on the Bandito. They still have high runes in that Vandal position.
Zima hasn't really had much of a game either right now. They've been playing a little quiet, but even then, a very, very apt attempt coming on out, though. The Cyber Cage going to be pushing on through. That's not going to stop Tryhard. They try to use the Showstopper, all the utility coming out, but none of it's going to stick. In fact, everyone on site's hiding behind corners or inside the tube, but Lotus is able to find yet another one. But look at all this chaos. Doc, look at all this chaos.
Bandito's still alive there in elbow too, so once those smokes dissipate, they'll have an amazing shot on target here. They are playing a bit scared as Batteries falls to Papa Cole, and Zunga with the Hunter's Fury is just all the way in the back. Bandito gets a very close shot there on the big ol' Nick, but Lotus is in a perfect position to stop this defuse. The sound comes in. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Lotus is on site, able to get 1, gets 2, 3 total. As Papa Cole trying to get the defuse, falls off at half point and gets the 3K frag and the defuse to top off a third round.
What a fantastic showing coming out from Illusions. They able to get 2 rounds in a row now for something they haven't been able to do up until now. They've only won 1 round before all of this, and now they're looking a little bit more complete. Doc, if they can win the next 2 rounds in a row, they're looking pretty good for the second half.
That would be competitive at that point, right? Like 7-5 is respectable. You can work with that. You can bring that into the second half and be in a great position to run it back. However, if that doesn't happen, if it goes the opposite way and we go 9-3 into the second half, that is a tough ask because you lose the pistol, all of a sudden your opponent's in double digits, and you somehow have to break them within 2 rounds. So they're in a good spot. Illusions do have the tools they need.
We talked about Zeem having a little bit of a quieter round here, but this could be a prime position to find a double kill if everyone on side of mid wants to push up into hookah. But the answer so far seems to be no. It's very quiet. Zeem, right around the corner, has Tryhard to worry about potentially. No flashes to worry about, except for maybe the Omen's paranoia. But instead of challenging what could be Zeem around the corner, they might try to go for A, but no. They're going to try to go for it instead. They're just biding as much time as possible, waiting for a possible rotate, but it's seeming like B will be the way to go.
Not a huge fan. We saw this very slow, methodical play from HSD last time, and it simply didn't work. Paranoia comes through, but Zeem still gets the shot. Has the Boomba as well. Gonna drop the bomb as they try to get the frag. Batteries finally comes out ahead. Big ol' Nick made it through the teleporter. Safe and sound as Lotus picked up a frag as well.
3 left on the side of Illusion, all having to rotate over. 1 inside elbow already. Lotus primed and ready for any kills that come through CT side, but they have to worry about elbow instead. They get blinded out. Coordination coming through. Hyrule on site. Might be able to find one. Lotus goes down. The count is dead, but there's still plenty more to worry about. Bandito has an op in hand. Might be able to find some angles going through it. Guarded it. He does find it. Batteries falls, but there's still 2 more to worry about. They have to worry about the Sova. They have to worry about the Cypher. They have to worry about so much Sentinel utility. And Zungo, the double kill through the penetration, is able to find 2 more. It's only going to leave the op left behind. Knives out instead. It's going to be Bombs out, though. Nick gets it.
Very strong holding retake situation there from HSD. They got that spike down. They were very demanding about it as well. And once that thing was down, they just wasn't a whole lot for them to do. But once it's in a situation like that, you have to be very decisive in your retake situation. And Illusions, they were, right? Like, they got onto the spike, they got up to halfway defused, but once the 2 remaining members of HSD were up there into the hookah area, they couldn't break that hold. They couldn't break that duo to try and get something more.
Oh, but speaking of duos, what goes better than a Raze and a Showstopper? Getting the opening pick for Illusion's side. Look at Bandito, though, Bucky in hand, having the face against the entire world. They're trying to Bonnie and Clyde it. Let's give me the rest of the team saying, nah, even if it's just a Bucky, we're going to go around the corner. That's a heavily damaged Hyperspace now, having to get control of B. Forced out the rotates of just about everybody, but there's still Papa Pool to deal with. Hiding around the corner, Guardian in hand, something we seldom see in GLG. Lotus pushing on forwards, but no, it's not going to be an immediate kill. The Lotus is able to get away with it. He's not going to find the kill. Picard instead is going to find another one. It's going to be 2 left alive for Hyperspace. These bodies are going down very fast against the economically safe Illusions. Picard, if he can find this one single Guardian player, he does. That's not going to be enough, though. They fall immediately.
That was an interesting round, to say the least. I mean, it worked out in Illusion's favor, and this is similar to what we were talking about. We talked about a 7-5 half, 8-4, still respectable heading into the halfway point. Illusions can still have a lot of room to grow here, though. I mean, they've been kind of off target. Their shots haven't quite been hitting the way they need to, and so it's given Hyperspace a lot of room to maneuver around and be problematic. Now that they're on the defensive side, though, they have to be a bit more reactive, right? Like, they need to play to Illusion's threat versus just doing what they want to do.
Yeah, and I think that reactivity is something Illusions kind of struggled with up until now. There's been a lot of utility usage from Hyperspace, and that's something we didn't see on their side from Ascent either. So to an extent, it's kind of a surprise to us too, but look how aggressive they want to be going down B main in the beginning. It's an absolute war. This is a cowboy shootout. Lotus wants to try to make it something worse, but he's unable to. Illusions are taking full advantage of this though, taking out 2 different bodies, but from behind. Z finds Tryhard. This is one heck of a pistol round, and a very fast one at that. That only leaves 2 bodies left, Doc, and they have to rotate all the way to B.
Wow, that is quite exactly the worst case scenario for that type of play, right? Like, you send 3 down long, 1 on site, and then the 1 on site tries to get a little bit cheeky down long as well, and so it just completely leaves Hookah all open to the skies. Battery, though, not willing to go quietly into the Dark Knight, only has this classic, doesn't know where anybody is either, but there's only like 4 HP here onto Cypher, so you only need 4 as you get the headshot.
Karm with a triple kill too. A pistol round no less. We saw the same thing happen with Lotus on their own pistols. So this could be the early attacking momentum that Illusions needs, Doc.
Yeah, this is exactly the start that you can carry into a comeback. I mean, they're 5-8 now. They have the weaponry. Hyperspace have to go full save because 3 rounds is not a lot. We've seen situations where, like, if you win the half, like 10-2 or something like that, then you can get cheeky on the second round if you lose because you have so many rounds to play with. 3 is not that many. You can very quickly lose 3-round advantage.
You want to see something cheeky? Hyrum with the Phantom. It doesn't matter as of yet, though. Look at the classic headshot coming out. But even then, big old niggas on a big old tear, taking 2 bodies down before getting traded. But even then, that Phantom is still on the board. It's in the presence, in the realm of this early half. Plant's going to go down. Phantom gets 1. But even then, there's still 1 around the corner having to be traded out back and forth. It's a double kill, no less, from Hyrule. Only 1 left now. It's going to be this one single Sova hiding away inside Lamps. Judge in hand, the worst possible weapon for this site. As of now, it's so spread out. But there's no one to be seen. They're all hiding away. So little health left on this Omen. A single shock dart could end the job right here, but no, it's going to be a far distance judge, the jury, and executioner. But they still lose.
Expensive round, though. So, let's see. It's 3rd round now.
Oh,
You are
the Phantom.
Yeah, that's a huge save, actually. 2,900 credits there, as you do see Karn able to keep 3,800 in the bank, even though the rest of the team is stricken in poverty. So great save there by grabbing that weapon. It does mean that next round they'll be able to do something good. Haroon gets a little bit of help from a friend, but it's a full gun round. This is where we saw Hyperspace start to get their own ball rolling.
Lotus playing exactly where Zeem did when they were on the defense. Holding on tight, a little bit more aggressive. No, only 1 flash in their possession too. They decided to force up instead of utility. And even then, they have to back off a little bit more. Flash is going through, trying to counter Flash. Might be able to find 1, gets 1. The second one, there's still another one. 1! Can that be 2? No!
Yeah, only finding yourself with 8 HP into hookah is almost a death sentence in and of itself, because it's just so tight. Batteries is on a tear, though. Able to pick up 2, and the 1 remaining hookah player has very little HP to work with. So Papa Cole, basically the round ringleader here, has the spike, has full HP. They know where everybody is, though. It's a 2-on-2 situation, and Illusions could just go A. They could just TP and run it.
Oh, that would be a bold move, but a smart one at that. But it seems like they'd be pushing the smoke instead. Batteries, not expecting that go around. Gets the flick instead. A triple, no less. Only 1 left to deal with. It's going to be the Rays, but doesn't look at their corners. A 4K comes out from Batteries instead. What a tear.
Absolutely won the round single-handedly. Yeah, somebody else got a kill, but they were in such a bad position once the hookah play went wrong. You lost 2 members there in hookah. Batteries was the only one there in a position to do anything at that point, and they just played it perfectly. They get the 4 remaining frags after Lotuses, and yeah, they lose a ton, but like, that was such a bad round for them. They had 2 people overcommit to hookah and fall. That could have gone very easily the other way.
Oh, geez. We talked about how close Illusion was going to get with this lead, and now Hyperspace might be able to start finding their footing again. Oh, speaking of which, they get the opening pick. Doesn't get traded out this time. It's going to be a double kill from Tryhard before they go down themselves.
Lotus gets 1! And they do have a great position as well. They have full bathroom control. They're going to hear the teleporter for 1. So they know that somebody took it, but the slow rotate back to A. They don't know exactly where everybody is. They just know that somebody took a teleporter.
Oh, these attackers, it's like a recreation of the last round, but now instead of a 2v2, it's a 4v2 Illusion. Not able to find their footing just yet either, but Lotus finds a new one. Hyru goes down 2. 2 kills for Lotus. They're going to go for the heal, though. They could make that 3. Can it be 3 kills for the count? Can the Vampire find another one before he goes into his coffin? Going to sleep for another night. May turn into a bat. Still inside of Lamps. No, it's Big Ol' Nick that comes on by. Big Ol' Nick reminds me of like a big like Canadian lumberjack. That's what I always envision.
It's definitely not my thought, but
what is it?
I never actually really considered it, but the first thought to my head when you brought up lumberjack and the name Nick, coincidentally, it was actually Little Nicky, the Adam Sandler movie that was just absolutely dreadful, and completely the opposite play here. But that was the first thing that popped into my head at the start of this conversation. So we might just want to move on as Tryhard just skipping their way through. Not gonna find anybody though. Market completely empty. No shoppers today.
Oh, absolutely. But look at the amount of progress Lotus made. He got some intel, finding Tryhard, and even then Tryhard caught by surprise. The whole squad is there, backing them up. Neural Step comes out as well. That is going to be intel on everybody on Hyperspace's side. That is absolutely huge. And now all these defenders, they can stay exactly where they want to, but they know the weak spot's going to be A.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really quite sure what thought process was there, because it seemed like all Zim had was the pistol, which is a bit shaky. Trusting your life to the showstopper there. It's not lethal knives, right? Like you get the one big boom and you're done. So we do get the paranoia on through a spawn, and it's buying a lot of time. There are multiple members trapped in there and no good way to get out, even though they have the numbers.
It's rough. Lotus pushing forward, pre-firing everything they can through the smokes, not finding anything, has to go for the reload. Bandito finds one, and the whole kill feed comes through a red.
Nobody checked in the smoke. Haroon just hung out there. They sprayed through it and just was like, yep, good enough. We don't actually need to look in it. It just works out. And then Haroon gets a double kill for absolute free. So things are kind of closing a little bit in terms of round score. Hyperspace, they're going to get a full buy. They're finally getting Tryhard the operator, but we find ourselves back to just a 3-round difference.
And we're seeing on the defense too, Hyperspace is kind of going to that same psyching out measure that they did on Ascent, where they're so close to the spike, they have the numbers advantage, but they just don't go for it.
Yeah, they try to get a little tricky with it sometimes and feel themselves a little bit too much, in my opinion. So, I mean, if they can lock it in and, play very tight Valorant, they might have less close rounds. They might actually be able to win these with some sort of authority that we've seen them do. We know they can do it. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Big ol' Nick just pushes on through, finds two. Bandito simply not expecting it. Big ol' Nick not able to pick up the third, though. It's all down to Lotus to close it up. Yeah, he's got friends, but I mean, let's come on now. Who else's name do you even know on Hyperspace Dark that's not Lotus?
What about big old Nick?
Who?
Oh. Hyru, though, going for the spike plant in the middle of two. This is probably the safest area in the entire site to go for here. They don't have to worry about too much. They have plenty of natural cover as well. The environmental covers could be helpful. Karn pushing up, being aggressive. It's two different bodies right around the corner, but Hyru gets one before getting traded out. There's still one more to worry about, though. Irune. But even then, Tryhard trying to find something around the corner. It's going to be up inside of Hookah. The paint grenades might be able to do the work, but no, instead it's going to be a boom bot. But it's not going to be enough. The show was indeed stopped. You know what? Okay. You know what?
That's such a bad spike plant for the showstopper, too. There's no easy way to actually get on there. So that's just every tragic way possible.
Yeah, and Zim has been finding themselves the victim of these like really tragic situations too, like almost every round.
Must have not broken the wishbone correctly, I guess.
Oh yeah, wishbone. I have not broken a wishbone in like 10 years.
We only used to do it at Thanksgiving because that was the only time we ever had a bird big enough to actually have one.
What is a wishbone?
It's like a collarbone, I think.
Yeah. Oh, but they're going to need a wish after this one. Bandito rushing on in, doesn't see the Phoenix on the other side. Lotus could be able to add that count up going forwards, but no, everybody, but it's nobody. Zunga coming on through the defenders, making the whole kill feed blue. And what could be a flawless round, only one left alive. It's going to be the Cypher. This is a rough position to be in. No spike in their possession, having nothing but a corridor of death to worry about. He's going to make the trek. He's going to push on through. Maybe not. He's going to rotate the other way, but there's a Sova drone to say hello on the other side.
They got spike control, so the round's over. So it is going to be map point in favor of Hyperspace Dark, actually. I feel like they've kind of picked up a couple rounds just sneakily. The headshot is theirs. Tryhard falls, but map point in favor of Hyperspace Dark, and they have all of the momentum heading into this.
I mean, Lotus 23-10 now. It's not as remarkable as what we had seen before, going 14-1, but it's still a crazy scoreline for them. And this early aggression that we see HSD bring out has been paramount at times. I mean, last round, that was insane.
Yeah, they absolutely just slaughtered them there. And I mean, they had a lot to fight into as well. Like the knives were pulled. Everybody seems to have been there except for Cypher. So that very easily could have gone another way. We saw in the pistol round how these aggressive C pushes, or sorry, B long pushes can be. Lotus uses to run it back, but just absolutely popped by Korn. So this is good as Batteries picks up Bandito.
And Batteries for that control of lamps. Absolute power position coming through, but they're trying to regress on forwards from all different angles. HSD comes on clutch, but there's only 2 left alive. The plant's attempting to go through on Hyrun's side, but Hyrun's going to fall to 100 Fury instead, and that is the game before we even know it.
Not quite a flawless victory there, as they do lose just the one member there, but either way, definitely a much stronger game there from Hyperspace Dark than the first map we saw them in. Obviously, no overtime this time, but even just in terms of rounds that they won, they seem to be a little bit more on point, a little bit more cohesive as a team. And so that is definitely what they need to carry through into the next remaining amount of games they have ahead of them.
I wonder now, though, are we going to keep doing the count for Lotus each game we cast them in?
We'll have to see. I mean, in game 1, they were basically useless, right? Like they were on the Reyna, didn't do a whole lot realistically. And yeah, they got the last couple of frags in the final round of overtime, but that was nothing like what we just saw here out of Lotus this time on the Phoenix. So absolutely night and day performance. If they stay in the daytime instead of the night, man, maybe we'll keep the gate going, but I mean, that's up to them, right? Chat, it's not us. We're just lowly casters. We can only talk about what we're doing. It's up to the players to do the thing.
And it was a huge redemption arc from Lotus at that. I mean, Doc, you said it best. It was kind of a underwhelming round or last map for Lotus. They still won, but then they come back here against Illusion, and it's just a completely different person.
Yeah, and so this is the type of duelist play you need to have out of your agents. This is what you need to see. So if they can keep this up as they continue on through the tournament, because they are currently 2-0, we still have one more best of 1 and then a best of 3 for the victor of that one. So if they can keep that up, that's a good start. That is a good performance from your duelist. But we're going to have to wait and see, Max, because it is the time of day where you fill up on calories. And you know what fills you up on calories just nicely?
I feel like we mentioned it before, but my camera died last time.
Yeah, I mean, do you hate chewing? I know I do. It's tiring. Sometimes my jaw gets sore. I do have very poor teeth. So if I can live on a liquid diet, it's very much preferred. And so, you know who helps me out with that? Drink Control. Fully liquid, mostly liquid, sometimes a bit chunky if you don't use enough fluid, but either way, it is sustenance and delicious. And we just so happen to have a coupon code for you, Max. Tell them what it is.
Oh, I can't wait to tell you, Doc, and everybody in the audience. GLG10 is going to be our coupon code. 10% off your order, no matter what you get on the website. Plus, it is just so good for you. And of course, if you keep supporting GLG with those discount codes, not only does it benefit GLG, but it also benefits you guys as well. That means Drink Control is going to like us a little bit more. We might get better discounts down the line. It's going to be good for everybody. So why don't you, during our break, go to Drink Control's website, get something great for yourself, use that discount code, and drink with us once it comes on through for the next GLG event. But until then, we are going to be going to a small break while we get things set up on our end, but don't go anywhere and order some Drink Control.
And before we head to break, Max, I do want to give just a tiny, teensy spoiler into our next matchup. We are going to be following Hyperspace Dark once again, this time in their matchup against Depth Esports. So we'll have to see if Aquaman comes out on head or if it is Count Lotus bringing the numbers to victory. And with that, we're heading to a short break. We'll see you in just a couple minutes.
invincible.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud.
Welcome back, everybody. Once again, here we are with the GLG Valorant Val-Am. All of the action tonight has been incredibly explosive thanks to all of the action we've seen out of Hyperspace Dark so far. Once again, we will be following them into the third match of the night where they will be up against Depth Esports, as we said before the break. Now, Maximilian, my friendlin. No, that didn't work. Anyway, Max, what are we going to be seeing here as we head to Bind? I was trying to rhyme Maximilian with friend something, and I got to friend, and I hit a roadblock, and I couldn't continue. I didn't have enough quarters.
Friendalilian.
Friendlian?
Friendlian, yeah, Friendlian would work. But what we saw from Hyperspace Dark in the last matchup was interesting. Lotus definitely woke up from when they played on Ascent, and he was just destructive for the majority of the game. When it was swapped over the defense for Hyperspace, though, he did slow down a little bit more. But what we saw coming out from them was a lot of consistency and a lot more of the trademark aggression we know them for.
Yeah, and so as we head into map number 3, we're going to see if they can actually do that this time, because they are going to be on the defensive side first. Depth won the coin toss, and so they get their choice. They will be attacking in the first half of the map, and so we've actually seen this not in terms of Hyperspace Dark. They've been attacking first both maps so far. So definitely a divergence from the norm. We'll have to see if they can play as aggressively as they would like now that they're being forced to defend first.
Yeah, and that might be a bit of I guess like cinder blocks on their ankles, but I don't necessarily think they're going into an ocean for it either. They did play a little bit slow on the defense of each game. We've seen them in the tournament so far, Doc, but that doesn't mean it's an end-all be-all. They have 2 games under their belt now. They're well-oiled as a machine to probably take on any opponent.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not so much cinder blocks, just like Rock Lee training weights, and we all know how that ended, right? You end up a cripple, you can't walk, your dreams of being a ninja completely just done and dusted. So we'll have to see if that's how the story will go tonight. I mean, Depth, there's a lot of scary things there in the Depth. We got Aquaman, we got those weird lobster centaur creatures, we got, sharks, octopi, jellyfish.
I like jellyfish.
They're quite deadly, Max.
So?
I mean, look at you. You've already been stung. You're frozen. You're poisoned. We're going to have to get you to some actual medical attention, not just me. But don't worry. It doesn't matter. We're heading into the map now. Like you said, it is going to be Bind once again. Teleport City a la mode as we do head into the agent selection. We'll have to see what exactly these teams are going to be rocking with.
Something tells me we're going to sound like broken records by the end of the cast today. We've seen Bind twice now. We talked about the teleports last time, but they're still really important. With HSD and what we saw last time around with Illusion, we didn't see a lot of teleport play.
No, it's very interesting too, because like some teams make their whole identity about these tricky teleport plays, but it's just not what Hyperspace decided to go for. And so we're getting a very similar setup here. Actually, it seems to be an identical setup to what we just saw them on. This time, though, we're seeing Depth. So they're bringing that Brimstone. It's up to Jack to round out their composition. If they go for the Sage, we're going to be Sag, but there's still a lot of opportunity there.
I would like to see the Sage. I never thought I'd say that before, but given how little play she had for so many months, and now she's making a bit of a resurgence, I think it'd be really cool to see her come back again. We're not seeing her, so. No point, but we do see the same. This is the same setup Illusion brought out.
So they know what they're doing. Pretty standard stuff. No, they have a Brimstone, Max. They have smoke.
Oh, yeah. Actually, no, you're
right. There's no Omen. No Omen, actually, which is a big thing. That Omen versus Brimstone debate. We've talked about it on air a lot, actually. Both you and I, and then Seymour joined in as well. Rip Seymour. We'll see you one day, my friend. But I still lean in the Brimstone camp versus Omen. I think they're better than the Spooky Boy.
Doc, that's a very complex answer. I would say on Bind especially, Brimstone is objectively better than the Omen. But the only reason why I say this is that because we have Raze also on depth side. We've seen, I'm struggling to recall who it was, but someone on one team in GLG was able to make the Brim Raze combo work out so well. And with a judge in hand, it was an absolute executioner. But Grim might be able to make this an execution as well. Lotus already starting things off very handedly, but it's actually going to be Zunga, his teammate, to come out in first.
Yeah, and so they do drop the spike as well, so they force it to be recovered. And Fiji going a bit one-sided, does have to get a little bit away. Jack, full hookah control. This is the problem we've seen before. Jack can't hit the shot as try-hard Sheriff rings true. Lotus with 2! Before they fall all. And now Grim in this 1v2 has the orb, has a pink can, and the spike down. Do they get double peak, though, is the question.
Spike goes down, immediately gets flashed. It's up to the 2 of HSD to collapse upon the enemy, but no, it's gonna be a headshot coming out from Grim. Can this be an ace? And it is! An ace comes out from Grim, the first round of the series.
Grim putting them down like the fairy tales they are. Just nothing standing in their way. Pistol round to depth. There seems to be a little bit of scariness here. This is looking quite good. It's just a pistol bet, right? Like, there's still a whole lot of Valorant left in this map. So there is still an opportunity for Hyperspace to stay strong, right? Like, they have now upgraded some pistols. Nothing too schmancy, though. They're trying to be able to buy next.
Still getting an ace, though, is going to be a huge economic benefit, and they're going to keep it on going as well. They find the opening pick, but even then, having a lot of potential control, possibly to take over inside of Hookah. The 2 duelists hiding inside there, want to peek up so bad, but Jack is the only one holding all of the line. Everybody else baiting out the rotate now, might go for A site, and there's not going to be a single defender there.
Yeah, they don't know this just yet. You can see the camera flicking on and off there from Hyperspace, trying to get a little bit of knowledge. It's just now turned off. We'll have to see if it turns on to see everybody peeking on through. They do know it's there. It's still alive. They haven't broken the camera, but Jack with a triple kill into Hookah just eats up all of the attention. No rotations coming through. The spike's already down. Jack is going to fall finally, but I mean, they got 3 kills by themselves.
With a ghost, no less, too, just clicking on heads like it's nobody's business. The spike's going to go down yet again. Fiji is able to find another one, but that's going to leave the Omen by himself. A 1v4 yet again. It's just a recreation of the last round. It was a 1v1 last time, but look at that, Doc.
2 in a row now for Deathmax, so good stuff so far. It looks to be... They have a solid head on their shoulders, realistically. I mean, Jack and Grim... They have basically all of the kills. Not all the kills, because Chippo and Fiji did ring out a little bit for themselves. But I mean, like, you got the ace in the first round. Grim still hasn't died, which is not something you could say for Jack, who is at a measly 1.5 KD, right? Doesn't even have the unlimited one that Grim does.
That is a very smart recon bolt, because it doesn't go directly inside. And that just helps the KD even more, right? Getting that early econ intel that can't be seen at all. Jack with the salvage drone, able to push up a little bit more. It's going to be detecting anything, but no, won't be finding too much direct intel. Everyone else hides away, Doc. And this could be a slower round. Very soon could be expanding itself forwards, but the quick draw comes out. Can't beat the Phantoms. Able to beat Fiji to go down. Big ol' Nick is able to survive. But the showstopper coming on through as well. Look at this Doc, though. Grim able to get almost an explosion to go through, but it's not going to be enough. These defenders found their footing.
And they're done. They just absolutely stood their ground and shot them in the face. HSD finally get a round win. It was into some pistols and stuff, but they had some upgraded weaponry. They had some SMGs. They had the Sheriff, which can be absolutely lethal. But it is HSD coming out ahead. We're getting a full buy up now from depth for the first time. It's got an operator on the attacking side. Jack has to get something done with it. We've seen this before where these attacking jets will pick up the operator and just not be productive with it.
And that's the big scary thing here. Usually we see those a lot more on defensive jet ops, but this time, oh, that boombot could have been scary. But thankfully, though, this is going to be on the attack for the jet. And already it's going to be an opening pick coming out from Lotus. That's going to be a strong start. But that's the duelist we're not as afraid of. Brim did have an ace, but this time around, there is a big old sniper in the works somewhere on A site. Jack, though, pushing up ever so slowly, yet surely the rest of Depth need to find their footing onto the site. But these cyber cages are a problem. Luckily, though, Wolf is there from behind, able to get one down. But even then, it's everybody coming onto the site as much as they humanly can. The Spike trying to go down into the ground. 3 left alive on Hyperspace's side. They all have to make a trek around the whole world minus the Raze. That Raze could be the savior of the round. Having Lamps control, cyber cage goes up. PG holding the site down as long as humanly possible. Recon Dolt's going to spot out exactly where he's at. It's not going to stop Lotus, though. Top of heaven. Not having to worry about anyone on the side corner anymore. Zunga pushing on up, except it's Tryhard, but the double kill could be a triple out of it. Not able to find that luck just yet. Pink Grenade goes down, trying to stall out anybody that goes on by, but the op in hand, last one alive goes down, a triple!
Tryhard is a nut. Like, holy, what else can you say about that round? Just everything went their way. And what's curious to me is Jack actually had such a hard angle on Lamps for 90% of this, right? Like, yes, the recon bolt comes out. I don't think it actually pinged him, though, so he gets smoked off a little bit after that. And you can see on the minimap here, as Tryhard pokes out, just absolutely blows up chips, and then just BG's collateral damage. This little play here is a nice little shenanigans, but the flash comes out from the side of Hyperspace Dark, and Tryhard tops the leaderboard now.
But look how spread out the rest of Depth is right now, Doc. This is interesting. We haven't seen them spread up so much for their attacks just yet, but now that it's tied 2-2, this could be the way to go to fake out a rotate.
Yeah, they do need to get something going here. That time, though, they do lose out on a lot of HP. And look at how aggressive HSD is on this B site. You have one in Teleporter Cubby, you have one in Flowers, and, you know, yeah, you have the one all the way back on the site, but, like, nobody is truly in hookah, and yet it's still buying so much time by being forced to be checked. And so Depth are very spread out. They're hoping to get something here, but HSD are playing very what's the word? What's the word I'm thinking of, Max?
Spread out?
No, it's not stalwart, but they're holding their ground.
Stoic?
Is what I'll say. They're holding their ground.
Okay. Oh, but they might not be able to for much longer. Look at where everybody is on Death's side. No smokes available for anybody to see anything on the ground, but Jack at least is able to break the ice a little bit more. That Molly we talked about at the beginning of the last game, already in possession, ready across the other side of the wall for anyone that comes on by. You could take down everybody on Death right now, but as long as the Brimstone stays alive, the round is going to be in the attacker's favor. Everybody else on the attack trying to push on up, having those smokes at their benefit and disbenefit at the same exact time, but they have to get Lamps control. Rogues is able to find yet another one. Lotus is going to fall, and that's going to mean so much more destruction for these attackers. They still have everybody left alive. There's nothing they can do on the defense. They have to force themselves back. They have to go for a 3-man save.
Yeah, once they lost all of that positioning, they never had a way to regain it. They only had a couple members left. One of them has an operator, which, as we've already talked about, is a bit of a struggle to maneuver around that A site because you do need to be pretty quick. There's a lot of verticality that you can get messed up by with the Raze and the Jet. So it makes sense to just, you know, take the L, try again next time. You have the economy to do so. They're going to be able to full buy everybody up. So yeah, it sucks to lose a round, but it's not the end of the world by losing that particular round.
That's true. Economically speaking, everyone is still okay.
Yeah, and if they lose this round, they'll get, you know, the second stage of loss bonus as well. So they should be able to buy up after this round too, even if they do fall. Lotus, I don't know what happened. They only have a classic for some reason. I think that may have just been like a miscommunication or a mistake, but yeah, just a classic there on them. Interesting.
Classic ace?
That would be bold.
Oh no, the pop flash coming up.
Oh, what are you
too late. He pressed the wrong button. No. Flappy Nimble Doc. Jack, be quick. Jack takes over B on by like it's a walking stick? I don't know, but absolutely decimation there. Lotus, it's not often when we see a misplay like that, but that was huge.
That was just absolute insanity. I mean, I thought as soon as they saw the gun barrel, they were going to go, right? Like, you have a classic. What are you going to do at that point? You should have just chucked the flash, hit the jet, you didn't know it was a jet, but like, chuck the flash and peek. Like, they waited way too long, and, you know, it just was up to depth to have the perfect timing. They said, you know what? Just run it, right? Like, they had zero information. They didn't know anybody was there in the tree. They just said, screw it, let's just go for it. And so they get beautifully rewarded with a couple frags and a round win. They do lose one, but end of the day, it's not that big a concern.
Yeah, and that was the Jets' own fault. You had no reason to push that whatsoever. They tried to get fishy for the kills. They got punished for it. And still, Tryhard has the op on the raise. But remember, when you mentioned sometimes having that op can be a bit of a hindrance, we're kind of seeing that right now.
Yeah, they're feeling a little chained. Like, yeah, they're at the top of the leaderboard, but I feel like we haven't really seen a lot out of the raise pick itself. We've maybe seen like a paint can or something, but no like crazy aggression, like double blast packing through like a short into a crowd of people. You're not going to do that with the operator.
And this is a great time for Depth to take advantage of it. If they just go where that raise isn't, they essentially win the round. Especially
with how grouped up the, you know, B site players are there. Once again, both there in tree. We've already seen that go poorly once. It's probably going to go poorly again. We'll see if the Owl Drone does eat up the tripwire, which it does. So Lotus, very...
Lotus, 2 rounds in a row now where it could have been a brilliant play, but just makes one small little mistake, and Death takes advantage of that. Now they can just go fully on to A as much as they want, but little do they know, Tryhard with the op, the one we've been talking about for the last few rounds, it got it through the cyber cage. Oh, PG, and almost another one, but instead the showstopper comes through, not able to find it, instead they escape, but Tryhard now with the op in hand in such a close quarters area, has to be up to the rest of the defenders to bring it home. 2v4 now. I'm sorry, excuse me. It's going to be a 2v4 again. Jack is able to find batteries, but now everyone's on the ground. He's picking them off like it's nothing. And against a magnifying glass, they delete everybody on the defense.
There's just nothing for Hyperspace to do in that situation. They lost control. They weren't able to get it back in any sense of the word. Yeah, Tryhard had an amazing shot there onto Fiji through the smoke, but once that showstopper came out and didn't do anything for them, that was pretty much the end of the round, right? Like, you lost your huge, you know, round-changing ultimate there to the Cosmos, basically, and they weren't even able to pick up a second kill there afterwards with the operator, so... bit of a tough round there. You do see just the counter op here on the jet just doing exactly what it needs to do and being, you know, the round opener, getting those early frags, getting the later frags, and being so strong in every position.
No early game intel coming out from Depth either, though. That could be a huge advantage for HSD. They have control of showers. Chippo's not able to push up as well as he's been able to in the past. That Cypher's going to push up. Jack is back, baby. He's able to find another one, but there's one Omen right around the corner. They may have escaped. They did escape. Now they're on the outsides of showers. It's control of showers, sure, Doc, but even then, you're smoked off completely. You don't have the rest of your team. They're all near B. They have to rotate over to short.
Yeah, I think they were kind of hoping for a little bit more over-aggression from the side of HSD over to A. But as you can see on the minimap, not a whole lot of aggression. These smokes are going to come out. The execute's going to come shortly after. Great paint can, buying a ton of time here. Unfortunately, these Brim smokes last forever. So it's not like you can delay them out until those dissipate. And so now, Hunter's Fury into bathroom, but Spike was actually canceled. That's not down yet.
Oh, it's not going to be down yet either. Tryhard stops it yet again. That's twice now. The spike almost hits the ground, but just not enough. Batteries is hiding right around the corner. If they want that spike, they got to push up right into Battery's line of fire. But instead of labs, it's going to be a double from Grims. Can they make it a triple? The answer could be no, it won't be. The defenders take it back.
Bit of a tough round there for Depth, but Hyperspace coming in clutch. I mean, you saw Tryhard with the nice little peek through the smoke there to kill the original diffuser, and that's just the situation you find yourself in because of how long the round took overall. There was finally a situation to get the spike down, but as soon as that first one drops, now you got to recover it, and you got to kill who killed the original spike carrier. And then if you do recover it, you still have to plant it, which takes a certain amount of time, and there just wasn't a whole lot. And so even though we see that huge play from Grim and Lamps, it just wasn't enough. They needed more. And I mean, how much more can you ask for in that situation?
You gotta ask the same thing about Lotus too. That's 3 rounds in a row now where it could be a brilliant pop flash play, but each time they get canceled out immediately. Grim now giving the entire team control of Hookah site. It's gonna be up to Tryhard now, up and hand, surrounded by the enemies, but it's able to fire Jack instead. That could be huge. Jack goes down though, up in the possession of the attackers. But now that other race has to defend themselves, relegate themselves forwards no less. And now it's a whole bunch of destruction happening onto the site. That's going to put HSD in a very awkward spot. This plant's going to go down. PG needs to push up. The Omen smokes again. MVP of the round, Grim with a triple.
Grim is an animal. Like, they've been in such great positions almost every round. They're currently sitting at 10-3. The only time they've died is in the rounds they lost. So 100% confirmed, if HSD can just kill Grim, they win the round. That's all they got to do at this point.
I guess you could say he's the Grim Reaper.
So chat can't see it, but chat can't see you, Max, but I saw the long draw of the drink control there. I saw it. Feeling yourself with the jokes, but I see you.
I had to get the product placement in there somewhere. Also, according to production, I'm fired.
That's
but so was Jack. Oh my god, look at that. That was beautiful to see. The round back goes out as fast as it came in. He has to relegate himself away. Still a sheriff in hand. It's not going to last much longer either, but at the very least now a 4v4. These attackers are a bit of a stifled attack.
Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle now, but I have to imagine they know that they're a bit weak in the side of economy. Because of the sheriff, the Bucky comes on through, so now they really know they're, at a disadvantage here. So there's the one member remaining here. It's just Tryhard with a classic. They're gonna try and get something. They do get one. All right, looking good. Very expensive round so far. They actually lose the operator. Just run away, batteries. Run away.
No.
Keep the op alive.
Should they keep it alive? It's almost like a cursed omen for both sides here, where keeping the op alive on the defense is just not a great idea. They keep losing rounds because of it. It is, yeah, I'm good. Get rid of it. But the Hellspire gonna be coming down as well. As we stalling out them on the Hookah push, and that's the round right there. Everybody's just looking like piranhas in the water, trying to find the last two, and they just go down instantly.
That round, they didn't even get it over the wall. Oh, they didn't grab it. They didn't grab it. Okay. They couldn't quite get it over the wall, but they weren't. Chippo wasn't expecting it to be there, so they did a double take, and they were like, "Oh wait, we kind of want that," and they just weren't quick enough on the grab button. So they are forced to rebuy it. So that is 5,000 credits into the money pit there, as Jack rebuys it. 200 credits now, but I don't know, Max. I don't think they're really that concerned about the economy at this point.
Man, I'm mostly focused on hyperspaces right now. Getting the op again, I don't know how I feel about it, Doc. Not only does Tryhard not have any economy left, they got full armor for the op, of course, which is a good idea. But look at everybody else on the lineup here. Zunga, Gold Nick, they don't have full armor. And maybe instead getting a Vandal yourself if you're Tryhard could have been enough to at least pay for one of them.
I mean, that would make sense. I do wish you could buy armor for your teammates. I find it odd that that's the one thing you can't really.
I get it, but I mean, it's situations like this where it is necessary. And I don't want to say that Tryhard getting the op here is a misplay, but it's the fact that we haven't seen Raze really pop off with the op. At most, I think we may have seen a double kill with it, but I really think Tryhard would benefit so much more with a Phantom or a Vandal.
Yeah, I do think that it's I think the operator is less good on to raise the agent. Not so much Tryhard. I think Tryhard has shown that they can be pretty good with the operator, but I think the game style of Raze versus, say, the Jet just differs too much to really get the most out of that weaponry. And so if you look to the side of Depth, who have a Raze and a Jet, your Jet can be, you know, that big gun sniper and hang out or get the opening pick and stay safe, whereas Grim has been in their face, explosive, getting frags and just running away with it, and they don't have to be tied down to that 5,000 credit, you know, mortgage.
And the caveat to that, though, is that between Grim and Tryhard, it's a 1 kill difference in Grim's favor. A single one. So the op has been putting in work. I just feel like Grim has been doing more impactful kills for their team. Look at that, already having Lance control. That is so important to have when attacking A site. And everybody's smoked out. The Brimstone, no less, is even more important. The ops on the Jet, too, showing off exactly why it's so important. And now there is a flanker on the side going to Marketplace, but they're being stalled out by a single tripwire.
Oh, batteries!
Snipe on the sniper themselves, batteries! Good lord, eating those Wheaties, and Tryhard takes themselves down. Or at least Grim goes with them. A 3v3 now, a battle of mistakes on both teams, leaving one left alive. Hyperspace lose the round, and now over double the wins for Death's side.
Grim and Jack finally decided to give their teammates a couple kills. Everybody else, though, didn't think they needed it, but you gotta even out the scoreboard just a little bit. Fiji sitting down there 4 and 5. The poor guy needs to at least get even, right? Grim, Jack, just donate. Well, not Jack, because if you donate 1, you're down to even. But Grim, you can give 1 to a partner in need. But for now, it's 8-3 heading into the last round of the half, which means it's either going to be 9-3 or 8-4. Which 8-4 was the score we saw the last time Hyperspace Dark was on this map. So it's a little bit reversed though, right? Like Hyperspace had 8 rounds last time.
Yeah, and it feels like they're finding that momentum loss again. The coal needs to go back into the steam engine, and Tryhard using a Judge, now a much more apt weapon for the Raze. It's such a good way to start things off. And yes, it's unfortunate they get traded out, but at least the Judge, less economically savvy, less powerful, sure, but up close it's a demon weapon. And now the spike goes down. 2 left alive. Hyperspace need to bring this back, but Jack has his eyes narrowed on the Phantom on the other side of the smoke. Holding it down, waiting.
Only 1 left.
Still in hand. This Omen, once the smoke goes down, they're dead. But no, they push, the flick misses. This could be Battery's chance to bring back a 1v4. It seems too little too late though. They push on forwards and Jack still gets the kill.
Jack was able to get onto site so quickly that you could see that it was not expected by the hookah player there. Poor Tryhard had their back completely exposed, and Jack took advantage of it. And it's unfortunate to see that there was no real defense over at B long. And the hookah can be such a problematic area to defend, because if you are on a 1-1 split, 1 player watching long, 1 player watching hookah, as soon as that long player falls, you either need to completely give up your hold, which can be disastrous if you have to cross the doorway, or you have to hope that they just don't wrap you and kill you that way.
What do you think about the 2 frenzies, though, on Depth side for the defense?
I like it. It's 500 credits, but, I mean, they didn't change, like, the damage or anything about it, so, like, it's still a strong weapon, which the 400 credit price tag was just kind of cherry on top, in my opinion. It being overall strong is still good. I mean, we still see players run like the CZ in Counter-Strike, which is, you know, expensive for what it does. It's not working though. So.
No, I think both the Frenzy players are dead. Only 1 left alive now. I'm not sure if the Brim has the Frenzy in hand, but geez, only 4 left alive for Hyperspace's side. 1 went down only. Brimstone does have all the smokes, only a ghost in hand. The Frenzy categorically did not work for them this round. But now in a 1v4, trying to fight things back, losing control of everything except the small corner. This pistol round's handedly in the favor of Hyperspace.
Yeah, it's a pistol though, so no point in saving, as they do now get caught by the drone. They're completely under radar. But again, it's just just gotta wait. There's no reason to peek him, no reason to give away, excess frags more than needed. And yeah, Tryhard gets a nice triple kill for their problems. So maybe this is the round of Tryhard, right? Maybe they do something on this attacking side to make up for only having double the kills of their next teammate.
Only double. Almost double. Up by 2. No,
technically more
+2.
than double.
I'm sorry.
They got a triple kill last round. They got a triple kill last round, which is why I was like, I hesitated for a second. They came in with 11 and got a triple kill. So
I think it's 2 pistols in a row now that we've seen triple kills out of.
The Raze player. Well, no, because Grim got the ace.
Oh, that's right. How did I forget about the ace? So it was 3 plus 2. But now Lotus back on the entry role again. We saw him play entry on the defense. Didn't quite work out the way we had hoped, but now he's finding himself, I would say, a little bit more comfortable here, having nobody on B site except for possibly a Raze, but now pushing their way forwards. There's not really much for them to contest just yet, except for one with the pistol inside elbow. Of course, Lotus is able to take them down very easily. Grim, no ace potential here on the second round, and the whole kill feed just lights up red taking on green. That's going to GB, just the Brimstone left alive, and he finds one, so it won't be flawless.
But still a round win, which is critically needed. They bring it within 4. So it's getting there. We are going to finally get a rifle round from Depth. Third round, gun round. Everybody knows that you can count it on one hand, hopefully. So this could be where things shift. If you look at the first half here on our scoreboard, the third round was when Hyperspace Dark were able to get their first round win and follow it up shortly afterwards. So Depth, they have the weaponry. There's only sheriffs and specters on the side of HSD, so they're just gonna hit their shots.
But look how spread out HSD is again. Always when they have such a huge disadvantage points-wise, I'm always afraid to see these really spaced out maneuvers. Look at that, though. Jack pushes up anyways, not being contested. Takes down the spike, no less. It's going to be a 1v2 now. Jack might be able to find yet another one. Pop Flash goes through. Gonna skedaddle out of there right away, but still, the fire's going to go up. Still having spike in their possession, though. The TP comes on through. It's a battle of ambushes, though. Look at that. Fiji finds Lotus, and that's going to bring 2 left alive. They don't even need to get to the spike. They don't even need to get to the site, no less. That's going to only make 1 left alive. HSD having only the Raze. Tryhard needs to bring it back, but no spike in their possession.
Yeah, this is a problem and a half. I mean, it's just the one member. You're fighting into 3. You can only go so far away. You still need to be near the spike, but again, too many angles to check. Grim just holds tight against the wall. Nice little shot there. And Hyperspace, for being such an aggressive defense team, they simply weren't ready for that aggression from Jack. They completely got blown up by it.
And they have a Cypher too. You could have put a tripwire blocking any part of short, and that could have stalled out Jack so well that the whole play wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, it's a tough ask from everybody, but Jack, with the what would you say, controlled aggression, right? Because there's no way he can do that every time. But I don't know. 1 mattered. Can they get 2?
Yeah, Jack has this way of just kind of knowing when to make the right play, but Lotus is a little bit more freehand with it, I feel. Oh, that paint grenade's not going to do a whole lot. Perfect positioning to be in, able to take down the carrier. The paint grenades too. Tryhard goes down. What? How the heck did he see that second? No less, a 3rd kill too. Absolutely insane. A 4K comes out from Jack like it's nobody's business. He treats it like another day at work.
For him, it may be, as they do pick up their 11th round. And Hyperspace Dark, up to this map, we're looking good. First map, kind of shaky. Second map, much better. Now heading into this third map, they are getting handed to themselves. Depth right now are playing out of their mind. The duelist duo of Jack and Grim have completely blown up their spot. Just absolutely TNT, C4, the whole shebang.
I would say, and this is a very strong opinion, I would say, Jack and Grim might be one of the best duelist combos we've seen in GLG next to TCAS and Governor, but they recently broke up, so maybe this could be their best uncontested duelist duo in GLG. But if Jack gets this next kill, maybe even an ace this round, I think that's only going to affirm my point.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a great start here. Lotus with 1, thanks to the Guardian there, is taken down to 30 HP. So we'll have to use the hot hands to heal up. That is kind of critical because it means you can't force somebody out of a corner. You're going to have to now check everything. And look at Jack. You can see them just out of the corner of your eye. They've moved up into Cubby, and they've done it sneakily. They are going to get double peeked, though.
He's surrounded, double peek, flashed out completely as well. Not able to find a single one. Lotus takes advantage of that, takes down both duelists, or at least one of them. With that being said, though, Firewall's going to go up, able to skate on by for the most part onto the site, possibly going to plant in default. Soba onto the site as well. Spike getting there. Zunga going to go for the plant. Grim, top of heaven. Can't see a dang thing, though. The only thing that can give intel right now is the Soba drone. One does push up right below where heaven is. Gonna go into lamps. No control of lamps. However, Death is able to find yet another one. 2 bodies left on attack. Omen, so little health left. They have to hide inside of lamps. Not much room for them to go. Hellfire's gonna go through, forcing them out. It's a 4K from Woke, seemingly out of nowhere.
The HP bars from those 2 remaining lamps players may have looked good for one of them. It was Big Ol' Nick, who didn't have a lot, and poor Zedunga had a full HP bar, but the trade there with Grim brought him down to next to nothing. So it is just needing 1 or 2 ticks of that orbital strike to drop him down. And so now it's 12-5. We're finally seeing map point here in favor of Depth, and it's looking like this may just do it. They just need the 1 round to find themselves in our final best of 3 of the night.
I mean, so far, last 2 rounds in a row, we've seen 2 4Ks from Depth in a row as well. This could be another 4K.
It could be, but I mean, there is full weaponry for the side of Hyperspace. This could be brought back, but again, nobody expects the aggression. Jack just getting away with it for free. Oh, but wait, no, Lotus! Lotus! Did you hit your shots?
Oh, Lotus, come on, man.
He had his freaking iPad out.
He has the firewall open too. Yeah, I don't know how the Brimstone got away with that, but look at this here. All over B site. It's Lotus by himself. The Spike's on the other side. He's going to go for a flank. He might be able to find 2 different bodies. This could be his own 4K. Jack's going to fall too. If Lotus can find this right now, this is going to be huge. But it's up to the rest of everybody else on HSD to stay alive onto the site. It may be a 4v3, but it's a 3v3 on site. He's going to go for
the double teleport.
It misses.
Because he shadow stepped in the bathroom.
Oh, they have to keep pushing. So many bodies lost through the wall. Batteries falls. But what about the Phoenix? He has to come on by. They don't see him crossing over. It's from behind. Lotus is able to find one. Gets traded out immediately. The flank doesn't really work. It's a 2v2. Wokes gets it back. One more alive. No! HSD a 1v1. You have to get to the fuse. They have to stay in their own qualifier, but so close behind. No!
Does he have time?
Grab! With a 3K, he does have time, but only by milliseconds.
Just about 2 whole seconds remain there. But what a way to end it. We finally get some productivity out of Hyperspace Dog. That was by far and away their best round on the attacking side, and it just wasn't enough. Depth are going to take it home 13-5, and they've made it to the best of 3.
They have. It's crazy to see how far we've come along today, Doc. In Depth have just been unrivaled with their duelist duoship. Jack and Grim, unbelievable. But what about the support agents as well, right? Woke's got a 4K almost twice.
Almost twice. And I mean, again, going back to the duelists, +7 on both of them. 20 and 13, 17 and 10. Those are amazing scores. And I mean, they're similar to what we saw from Lotus the map before that. So apparently just a different beast here on Depth. You know, they've come out from the darkness below and they're looking to claim their qualification into the final VAL Am event.
Isn't that crazy? We've come this far, so many qualifiers up until now, and we're starting to shape everything up to see who could be going to the biggest event of all. But we still have a best of 3 to work through.
Yeah, and so we are still waiting on the other semifinal to finish. It is currently between YFP Gaming and Titan Esports. The winner of that will be facing off against Depth Esports here in the best of 3 upper bracket finals. So stay tuned for that. We'll be back with you in just a minute.
You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a choice in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat, those they don't get it like.
Welcome back, everybody, for our grand finals of the upper bracket. Now, we've seen all of the action up to this point. It's been 3 maps of explosions and just absolute nuttiness. We saw Hyperspace Dark fall just now to Depth Esports. And for those of you who were watching on our secondary channel, twitch.tv/GLG Lounges, you may have noticed their opponent, YFP, came out swinging. They beat Titan Esports 13-3, Max. 13-3.
It's a pretty big scoreline, but it's a scoreline we haven't really seen just yet either on our channel when we were casting.
No, I mean, we've seen, an 8-3 half, 8-4 half, excuse me, but 13-3 final score is a blowout.
It is. I wonder if they save their ops every round.
I mean, at that point, you just throw it away and buy another one, right? Like, reuse, recycle, not quite the same. We're all about those one-use operators, right? Just pump it and dump it and move on to the next one.
It's like plastic straws.
Save the turtles, Max.
We gotta save the ops too. That's what we saw so much of, especially on the defense for just about every single team tonight, and it has not worked out for them. Going into the first map here, that's the number one thing I'm looking to see, is if they can play, anyone really who has the op can just play aggressively. Because when it worked, like Jack did on Depth, it really works. But if you're saving it like a lot of other duelists did, it doesn't work out the way they hope.
Yeah, I mean, Jack specifically had a ton of deaths. They had double-digit deaths to go along with their double-digit kills. And so when you compared the two duelists there, Grim and Jack, Grim looked spectacular. They got the ace. They didn't die a lot. They were just on the front lines a lot, whereas Jack was a bit more flashy, right? Kill, die, kill, die, kill, die, kill, die. And so the op certainly gets very expensive, but they always had the economy to do it. YFP coming in off of that scoreline, if they are as good as that previous scoreline shows, then they should have the economy to do so as well. Now, if you take a look below us here, you can see our map lineup for this best of 3, Ascent, Bind, and if needed, we will find ourselves there in the frozen tundra of Icebox, which I gotta be honest, Max, I don't know why people are more afraid of new Split than Icebox. That's a head scratcher for me.
I mean, Split has always been one of those maps that we've very rarely seen. Remember way back before Ascent even came out, most maps, or when it was only a 3-map pool, we'd see Split be map number 3 all the time because just nobody wanted to play it. I think the redone Split is okay. I mean, fundamentally, there's some things about Split I just don't like, but it's certainly better, not better than Icebox.
I like Split.
I like Icebox, man. I mean,
whatever.
we could rock, paper, scissor it out.
Go, sham, go.
Oh, damn.
All right. Get rid of the ice blocks. I don't care what the team said. Bring us the Split for the third one, but we might not even need it, Max. There are still 2 maps ahead of us here. We have Ascent and Bind. First up here, it's going to be the Ascent. We're going to get very similar situations from earlier, but I love what we're seeing out of YFP already. It is the Breach.
Oh, Lord. Breach is a scary agent, but what scares me even more is the Jet there as well. Phoenix 1 is one team I always think of when it comes to the mixing pot of a Breach, Jet, and Ascent too. We saw so much of that off of their comp back when they were all put together. And I'm wondering now if we can see this same Chris Jet become a human drone like they employed on Phoenix 1 side. But I have a feeling this might be a little bit more nuanced, maybe a little bit more destructibility on the Jet's end.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just like Breach, man. Like the Fracture, the Lava Burst, the Triple Flashes. It's just, he's a good agent, guys. He's pick-upable. Learn to play him. Flash for your teammates. You get a lot of production out of him. And he's very underrepresented, I feel. But if YFP can, make this work, maybe just maybe we'll get to see some more of them. But I gotta be honest, I do think Breach actually has a super high win rate here at GLG. I'm no statistician, but I'm pretty sure if you pick Breach, you win grand finals.
Oh, a very bold prediction coming out, Doc.
That's what I'm here for.
The bold predictions.
I got nothing else on the table. I just got to go hard and go fast.
All on... I've never played roulette. I was trying to make a roulette joke, but I can't.
I don't... Just put it all on black. That's all I know. Or is it red? I think it's black. I think it's all on black. But for now, we're all setting it to B. So it's all on B. Turret. Gonna be acknowledged. No agents yet. They don't know where anybody is. Chippo, though, just barely finds them.
Yeah, not a whole big presence coming out from YFP side, but look at this onto the site now. BG having the spike in hand. No, actually, no, it's going to be Chippo with spike in hand, getting the plant down, but the shock darts are everywhere. It's going to be this planter going down already. Maz is able to find them, but even then, still having to get onto the site. He's able to get the far range, but it's going to be too little too late for that shock dart to work. His plant has already gone down, but Yum might be able to make some work happen. Pushing forwards now. Around the corner, has the ghost in hand, finds at least one, but around the corner is going to be another one on the spike itself. The whole kill feed turns green.
Lots of great team play from YFP there. We did watch them just trickle in, all as a unit there, overtaking the site. They had the 3 members up there onto Catwalk there, so they had full sight there into the back of the site, and it just left poor Jack ahead of their time, ahead of everybody else who had a bit of smoke in their face, so they weren't really able to see much of what was going on. And so as we see here on the replay once again, you know, first shock dart, amazing placement there, drops the spike, forces them to recover and replant, and at that point it's now this 5-on-3 retake situation, and YFP certainly played the numbers to their advantage.
I mean, that first shock dart that went down was really flashy to see, but it was just a tumbleweed from there on depth side. YFP, you were right. They came out swinging that last game 13-3, and it looks like they're continuing that motion here.
They just absolutely popped that recon dart. Look at this. Triple flashes.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
just
man.
One enemy remaining.
What do you even say?
It's not an ace. So it's a kill steal, an ace steal. Kyrus, buddy, you need some better friends.
Holy, Kyrus with a 4K like that. They just ran on in on depth side, and they just couldn't do a dang thing.
No, I mean, that's a bit of a throwaway round anyway, right? Like, you lose the pistol, you know you're not coming in with much, so just do whatever. If you're going to W key it, that's definitely the round to do it on, because best case scenario, you catch somebody off guard and you kill them. Worst case scenario, that's it.
Good lord, I want to see more Kyrus action like that here, but look at the breach flash potentially coming out here. That could be huge for anyone inside Catwalk, but Kyrus is already on a tear. Finding that Sova once again, it's going to be the aggression coming on through. The Molly's not going to stop him, and actually the bullets do. Grim, 16 health, having the contest with one more. Yum is able to get in with the Sheriff instead. Only takes one hit, but they've gotten the plant onto the site. YFP, only 2 left alive, nowhere near the bomb site at all. They have to go for a save.
Yeah, I'm curious what weaponry they have, because I can't imagine it's a whole lot. They should be able to grab the Phantom from the Phoenix's corpse, but very long rotations coming in through here. Could be going for a bit of some exit frags, but like you said, it's a 3v2 situation. There's 4 HP available for Yum, and they're going to be caught looking the wrong way, so it is just the one member remaining here. So Depth are able to pick up a round finally.
I'm just shocked that Yum tried to go for it.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting.
Very interesting. But Maza, no matter what, he tried to go for the save and still got picked off by Jack.
Tough looks, but they have the economy. They built up their savings account. They are fully invested into these new toys they found themselves on the clearance rack. And it's an operator for Kyrus, who was so strong there on the A side earlier. We've now made the rotation to Garage, and they will be going up against Grim, potentially.
We do see a full buy coming out from just about everybody. Kyrus, though, having an op without any shields whatsoever, and still going for the very aggressive entry here. It's going to be hard to skedaddle out of there, even with a jet in hand, but nobody seems to be pushing B main.
A very slow play coming in from depth. They don't want to give away any bit of information, except for Jack. Jack's already deep into the thick of things. Already made it into tree even, pretty much. Just right outside here. Nobody even expects this. Door wide open. There is the Alarmabot here, plus the turret, so they should be able to get some early warning signs, but...
Oh?
Right.
Okay.
Karasma able to get the first frag of the round, and now we may see some rotations there into Kyrus.
That was a beautiful opening pick too, but Yum is able to make it even worse though. Depth only having 3 left alive now. It's going to be finally Kyrus waiting here the whole round. Able to finally make it work. Hook, line, and sinker, but there's plenty of more fish in the sea. Not able to make it work, but the other fisherman's got it instead. Only the spike left. Carrier in hand, having to push it still. Chippo's able to find Miles at the very least, but there's still 3 more to worry about. The flash goes underway, having to get out of there. Chippo needs to save everything right now. The economy wasn't looking good for Depth to begin with, but now it could be even worse. He still pushes on through, finds another one, but there's still an up around the corner. Kyrus is going to move away. This could be the chance for Chippo to make it on site. There's still 3 left alive in total, and they're surrounding him map-wise, but no one else is that close except for Kyrus. But peekaboo, right around the corner. A classic's not going to be enough. The off has been dropped, and the spike's going to go underway despite all the odds. But then again, hey, Killjoy's here to make sure it doesn't happen.
Very expensive round there, though. YFP lose 3 for 1. Disaster, realistically. I mean, look at their economy now. 3,500 was the max, so they're gonna have to get fancy with some numbers here, because like we were talking about last map, you can't buy armor for your friends, which means Yum has to take a lesser weapon here to really get anything. He could either get a little bit of help from his friends, whereas he gets the Bulldog, or he could have bought for himself, which would have been, you know, the Spectre. But it's a little lucky for them. It's a pistol round, but they got to be smarter about that. They need to play more together.
I mean, at the very least, though, full armor Bulldog isn't the worst thing in the world. It's just pretty close. But Kyrus taking down Jack. Maybe Jack finally has a big competitor when it comes to the op. It's only been, what, I guess, you know, according to us, casting 1 game. But that was insane, be able to spot out the jet like that.
Yeah, I do like that they were pretty cognizant of, you know, the cloudburst play, because they saw the recon dart, they saw the cloudburst, and they were like, all right, there must be at the very least jet, right? If they're smoking it, though, it means there's probably more. So they keep holding the angle. They make sure that they check both pieces of it. The Molotov not going to go through. That's unfortunate. Oh? Drops the spike, gets the second.
Look where the spike is, Doc. That's in a horrible spot. Everyone turning into a firing squad. Of course they're going to go down. You can't recover that.
Apex finally falls to the Sheriff, but I mean, the damage was done, right? Picking up those 2 frags, dropping the spike at the boat. Like, that's tough. That is just a beater of a round there from Depth. I mean, they are going to have weapons this time, but they're already down 4-1. Things are looking a bit shaky here.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, 5 ults in the possession of Depth right now. They have a great chance, even if it's their first full buy in a while, to just ransack B-site, use all 5 of them if they have to, and at the very least they get around. But they're still holding on to it. Jack almost able to find Charisma, makes it a secured kill, but there's still 1 more to worry about. Chippo and company now having to push on up. Grim is able to find yet another one, but they have B-site taken over. Maybe they don't need to use too many ults besides the single run it back, but even then, that's not going to be enough. Having control of the site, Doc, they may not have to use any more of the 4, but we have to keep an eye on Jack. Having the op in hand, a very exposed position, smoking out Marketplace, but they've been discovered.
Yeah, really interesting round so far from YFP. They got completely caught with their pants down. Kyra is trying to bring it back, does win the op duel, but at that point, the call has to be saved, right? It's a 2v4 situation. You're heavily invested here. Your economy not capped yet, so yeah, the call's been made. They're running away. They might get a bit of an extra frag, but it's a little dangerous to try and play for it. So Maza should just fall away here.
And remember how we mentioned at the beginning of the last round that they could use like all of them to get onto B site and win the round? They did that with only using one.
Yeah, I mean, the combination between Jack hitting the shot originally with the operator and then being able to hunt down Apex with the run it back just completely blew the round wide open. You then see, you know, Yum getting caught out a little bit, but the two biggest things there was Jack finally getting a kill with the operator and then Grim being able to run him down. So surprisingly, when the two duelists of depth do something, it matters.
True. You know, I just realized Grim isn't playing Raze, he's playing Phoenix.
Yeah, a little bit different, less movement, but still has, you know, the utility there, right? Like we already talked about the Phoenix versus the Raze between the flashes in the wall and the paint can, right? Like one is so much more than the other. Here comes the run up, or not the run it back, the Rolling Thunder, but great Molotovs in Fiji. Oh boy, they were staggered, by the way. They had actually got hit by the Rolling Thunder before that.
Oh, and that's twice in a row for Charisma to fall as well. That's going to be the turret gone. A lot of utility on B side deleted away in an instant. Look at this here, though. Killjoy utility. I'm sorry, the ult, no less, is going to go down the best utility of all. That's going to force everyone to have to go for this gigantic rotate onto the site, but not too far into the site or they'll be detained. That's just going to allow everybody on depth to find these kills like it's nothing. Able to get onto the site. No detains. 2 health on Chippo. They're able to get the spike into the ground. One's going to be peeking from left stairs. It's going to be a shock dart, no less. That could take down Chippo all the way at that distance, but they're more focused on the spike. Maz is able to find one. Still 4 more to go. Another ult off the board on depth side, but the lockdown seems to have been the only one they needed. If they're able to just use 1 ult per round, Doc, that could be all they need, but the call's been made once again. Another save.
And they have 2 great remaining ultimates, right? Like they have the knives and they have the Hunter's Fury. So if they get the spike down and start losing control, you can just use the Hunter's Fury to, you know, regain control. Versus even if the you know, defending lockdown comes in. We've seen the Hunter's Fury saved solely for that. We actually saw it last week where I forget exactly what team it was. I believe it was in Pit of Valor where every time their lockdown was destroyed, they lost the round. And it seemed like the Hunter's Fury was saved specifically to destroy that lockdown because it was so critical to the game plan of that team that it was just a no-brainer. Just destroy the lockdown, win the round.
Oh man, that must suck. Like, imagine being on either side of things, right? You have the lockdown, you've been saving up for it as a Killjoy, and it just gets deleted by a Hunter's Fury. On one hand, it's really good that you made the enemy team expel that Hunter's Fury. The other hand, you lost your lockdown. That's a huge round-changing play. Hunter's Fury, not so much. On a much smaller scale, though, the op can be the same way. We've seen so many saves coming on through yet again with the op needing to be in their possession. Luckily, though, for the Jet on YFP's side, they don't necessarily have to push too much more than they already are at the top of market. Mazza's going to be looking through with the Sova drone. Pop Flash comes down. Mazza hiding in the back of CT. Is that going to be enough? Pop Flashes are able to go down. Kyrus is able to find Grim. That's going to be one of the 2 duelists gone. But what about the rest of the rotates? They can't push their way through. A minute left, Doc. They're getting their way on the B site. Shock darts going through. But here's the thing. The Hunter's Fury's in play. It could be possible. They're waiting for the audio cue. Here it comes. The Hunter's Fury's coming on down. And a reverse Hunter's Fury is going to be taking down Apex. All of the ults are coming down at once, and it gets a double kill, no less. That's going to leave 1 Killjoy last left alive. It's a terrible position to be in. Either we see a huge lead coming up from YFP or a tied game, but only 1 left alive. A headshot will take it down from Kyrus. And that's going to be a 5-3.
Pretty much all ultimates used as well. You do see the lockdown being earned on the side of YFP, but the Hunter's Fury each traded 2 frags, which is absurd. You typically don't see that many kills from one, let alone trading ones. So four agents just completely ripped off the map in the matter of seconds between the 2 of them, and everything at that point just came up YFP. They had the more bodies, they had the more weapons, they had the more shots on target, so they win around. They do make it 5-3, but it was a little expensive for them. They did lose 2 members.
They did, and the ults, especially the double Hunter's Fury, that's not something you see every day.
No, and it was so kind of comical too because of the way that site works, right? Like the defenders were all grouped up onto that B ramp, whereas on the side of Depth they were all kind of corralled into that back right corner. So every Hunter's Fury shot was hitting multiple members, and it dropping the spike was a bit problematic for the side of Depth.
It was. But now, let's see if that spike can remain in their possession a little bit longer, right? They got the plant last round. They gotta do it again. And that's going to be an interesting recon dart to go through. A fairly standard one, but it was at a fairly larger distance. But here's the thing, there's a flash on the other side from Apex.
Yeah, great nano swim to force him away, but they can't quite collapse down. Grim finally going to get the second kill as well. Just getting caught with your flash out is never a good time. And look at that, you're down to an operator and a phantom once again for YFP, and now it's just the operator. Might as well just chuck it. Like you won a round, now you're losing a round. Your economy is trashed.
Oh, and they're saving the op again. This is what we were talking about, Doc. Kyra's saving the op. There's no retake play coming out from YFP.
In a 1v5, yeah.
True, but I mean, you never know unless you don't save.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the 5th round now that they've just saved the operator, and it's even to the point where, Depth can just know that as soon as it's just Jet left, that you just don't need to worry about it. You just got to pay attention to exit frags because they're not going to push. They're not aggressive with this operator. And they really haven't been either. We saw... when was the last aggressive play we saw at a Kairos? I think it might have been like round 4 or 5.
No, I think 2 rounds ago. Because remember, he was at the top of Marketplace and he got like 1 kill through the smoke going down B main.
That's
but
not
from
really
there...
aggressive though. I'm talking about like in garage, like pushing forward.
No, you're right.
Like that's a Jack type play, right? Where you're just like right at that barrier. As soon as it falls down, you're peeking with the operator, and you win some, you lose some. But Kairos, very different so far with the operator, much safer.
Wow! Holy crap! That hit?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That had to have been a pixel peak from the way they were moving and just being able to run and shoot with the op and skedaddle like that with the drift. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, that's extremely problematic for YFP because now you lose access to the lockdown. You're already a bit short on weaponry because of the way the rounds have gone. And now you're fighting into a fully kitted out 5-man squad that are playing together. Depth have the tools to get onto the site. They just have to be a little bit safe about it, right? They know an operator is still in play. They just don't know where it is yet.
Yeah, well, luckily for them, the op is a little secluded away inside of trees. They're looking for a trees play, but now they're going to be revolving to heaven. Apex as well, trying to get the flash out to help a little bit more, but the Molly's going to be stalling things out just a tiny bit more. But there you go. You take down the other opper. Jack is gone. But now that's going to leave a whole giant gap to fill in for both teams. The spike needs to go down next to Jenny. Even then, someone else might take up the op in the mantle instead. 2 hiding down below inside hell. The shock dart's been discovered. But no one's been able to be hit from inside of heaven. Everyone's relegated themselves away. Is there going to be a retake? Or are they going to go for a 4-man save? They have to think. They have to push. They have to do it now. Yum going in from behind, having only a sheriff in hand. Kairos is going to fall after all that saving. But 2 inside heaven, they have to go up and push. They have to drop on down below. Everyone's inside hell, fish in a barrel. Being able to find 2, but not 3. The attackers still come out on top.
Not even gonna take any damage. Woke survives 50 armor, 100 HP, and even able to bring the operator into the next round is critical. The economy for Depth is amazing, but it's 5,000 credits that you get to carry in. Whereas look at YFP have to work with. They had sheriffs last round, and they have sheriffs this round. Like there is no way up for them at this point. So we're gonna head into the last round of the half after this one, and they might still be on a bit of a broken bye. No operator, no rifles, heading into the fully kitted out Depth squad.
There's no answer to this question, but it always makes me wonder, was it worth saving the op at the end of those rounds for so long just to go back to an eco? Probably not.
I mean, they got one frag with it that round. And then they got shot through the floor.
Oh.
So it's a bit tragic.
Maybe there is an answer to that.
It may be a make your own answer, right? Like for some people, one frag's enough, but for me, I prefer a bit more for my money. It's why I don't buy it for myself. It's just one frag, one and done. I'm not about that life, Max. Looking into the map here, though, they are going to be taking this B site quite hard. They have the lockdown available. They're trying to get the jump down. Here it comes. There's two members completely within the lockdown territory as well. Now they've been pinged by the recon dart. Oh, man, they're dead. They're dead.
They have to get out of there. They're caught in the crossfire. No escaping today. That's not going to happen instead. Oh, that's ball control of B site as well. 5-5. Jack finds another one. They were caught in a huge, gigantic trap. They couldn't see the exit. The exit was only heaven. Now, YFP only having 2 left alive. They could go for another save. It's an eco round, so would you? Could you? Probably not for either. But Jack is able to find another one. Again, fish in a barrel. It's no contest.
And it's flawless. Members surviving, completely untouched. I mean, Jack had 50 armor, which means it's 1,000 credits you don't got to spend. Because there is no half-buy armor, right? Like, this isn't Counter-Strike where you can buy just a helmet. It is all or nothing. 1,000 credits for new armor. Yes, please, sir. And final round of the half-max. It's 6-5. This would be the closest half we've had so far if it goes 6-6.
That's true. Yeah, this would be the closest half, but we need to see Grim and Jack step it up a little bit more. They are in the lead, don't get me wrong, but they haven't. It's been much more equal for everybody here, rather than the explosive performance of the duelists we saw against Hyperspace Dark. YFP, though, that's a different ballgame. They're able to get more of the top frags, but it's less disproportionate, or less proportionate. They have to get more consolidating kills. More importantly, Doc, they have to get more important kills.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the kills from Depth have felt a little less impactful, even though they do have more round wins. It just feels like the operator kills that are coming in just haven't been as crispy. Depth, they have this operator. Once again, YFP, they do have full weaponers. I am struggling to remember if they actually have the operator or not, but here comes the take. They break the turret. Run it back is triggered. See if he gets something.
Nope. Fire and smokes and mollies and brimstone and hellfire going down everywhere, but not the ult just yet. Plan's gonna go down and bears, oh my, but no, the plan's gonna go down and the Hunter's Fury coming back down. We've seen this before, but this time Mazza gets a double from it. Beautiful work coming through, but they gotta capitalize on it. They're able to bring it down to a 3v3, the defending Killjoy locking everybody away inside Boathouse, but that Shark Dart might be able to seal the deal, but the Nines are gonna say something else instead. They have to get back onto the site. One defender left alive, it's Kyrus with the op in hand, missing all the shots, a classic versus a knife. Can it be enough? Having it all in hand, trying to get the shots as an ult versus ult, but the knife comes out on top, a triple. Gonna bring them 7-5.
Switching sides.
So it's tied for the closest half that we've had all night, but it is going to be Depth coming out ahead. And that was even after some amazing plays from YFP. They had an absolutely nutty sequence there with the Hunter Fury. Once again, double kill into damage on a third, plus the lockdown just trying to trap everybody. But I mean, Jack just won the round. Like, being able to get that knife shot there onto Mazza, follows up, being the distraction for Jet, who just wasn't able to get Kyrus, excuse me, who wasn't able to get the shots on target, and then finally even kills them with the own knife. So great play followed up by great play followed up by great play means that Depth are now in the lead.
Oh, there was no contest there. Fiji got charisma so hard.
What? They're just shooting them in the smoke. There's no room to grow here as Kyra is chased down once again. Fiji on a triple kill, going for a fourth. Finds the lone dragon, but has to reload, and Chippo's got it.
That was a very done and dusted clean round coming out from depth again. We saw the initiation coming through on YFP's side, but that was pretty much all she wrote. It was a great opening pick, though, coming out from depth, especially Charisma falling from the Mollies. Mollies or Nano Swarms on Killjoy on B-side defense are probably the scariest thing in the game.
You're definitely up there, and especially if you get hit by the Alarmobot too, and you get that weakened state. No shot you survive, and that's exactly what happened to poor Charisma as they just got melted. They just absolutely were eaten alive by the little piranha bots there. So 8-5, it is a pistol win. We're seeing YFP though go for the force up. We've seen this before. Is very make or break.
And it seems like the duelists on depth have listened to us. They stepped it up, and they're even not only on their kill counts, but they're pretty much even with YFP's duelists as well. This is a very attacker-sided game, and I don't mean just attacker-sided in terms of the matchup. I'm talking about the aggression from all 4 duelists we see. Actually, no. Yeah. All 3 duelists plus 1 that we see. YFP only running a 1 duelist comp is something really important to note.
Yeah, they have that breach to try and make up for it a little bit with the triple flashes, but we saw it start early, didn't quite carry into the later half of the first half, and so double Nanoswarm already used. That's a lot of utility burned already just for the turret trade.
We just have not seen any hit much at all. The run and gun coming out, though. It's going to be Jack and company trying to make their way forwards on CT again. Maza is the shock dart master, finding Fiji yet again, but Yum coming through as well. That's only going to leave 2 left alive, and these are some of the most important people on depth side. Having Jack still on the board doesn't mean anybody's counted out just yet. He's been able to be an absolute gun master, but it looks like maybe they do get counted out, though. It's only going to be the Brimstone left. Woke's able to get a 4K last map, now not able to really find as much of a stake here. The Eco comes out on top.
And that's bad for depth. They lost their force up, which means they are a bit in the dumps economically. They should be able to buy up somewhat. This is in previous tournaments, namely last week. This is where we would see them go in on like stingers and armor and just try and do the same thing back. But this time they're feeling a little bit more conservative about it. So we're seeing some sheriffs, even a shorty on the Jack there, just very...
Oh, it's gone.
Very conscious of their economy from depth.
I really want to see what Kairos can do with this judge. We've seen nutty things in the past with the judge, but especially if Woke stays in that position, they go up, that's an easy kill. But no, instead they just get baited out. Look at this, around the corner, come on! Yes, Kairos is able to find one, but Apex is the real MVP of that push.
Bit of a strong start here. They do lose one, so it's not flawless. A little bit of economic loss, but it is just a specter as we go duck hunting in the sky. Fiji taken down to 40 HP and finally drops very expensive round, and that could have actually gone very opposite direction if you saw the HP there left on YFP. Both remaining players were one shot from a sheriff.
Not a lot of HP left, but the thing is, though, look now, it's going to be a 1-point differential between the 2 teams.
That's what happens when you lose your force up. It's just not a whole lot to be done there, but I mean, look what they got. They got an Odin and an Operator. They're feeling good. Their investments have finally paid back their dividends.
Already, I'm so concerned for this Odin play, though. Taking some shots on the Killjoy, not as much as I thought, but that was even before the Recon Dart came down. Usually what happens is that a huge group of bodies will be spotted right in that small little 90 corridor, and the Odin just goes ham on it, but no. It was a smart play coming out from Chippo, but unfortunately, very poor execution.
I do kind of like the idea, though, right? Because, like you said, the expected play is Recon Dart, then Odin. Whereas this way, if you just start with the Odin, you might actually catch somebody, you know, cheekily. And so, yeah, following up with the Recon Dart's kind of redundant at that point because either you got the frag or you didn't.
Oh, yeah, they'll push again.
They're not going to hang out there, really. But now, you got a little bit of damage, a very minute amount of damage, and the spike's going down for free at A. all of the overpowered. The Odin and the operator were both a B. So.
But this is an interesting spot for Fiji. Gonna make some sounds. The lockdown trying to go. Oh, they did it. They got it on there. Okay. They're trying to use the Hunter Street to knock it down, but they have no idea it's hanging up like a ceiling lamp. But no, they do end up finding it instead. Fiji's gonna fall. They can't defend the lockdown, and it's just an absolute war zone. Turning into World War I again, though. So many bodies dropping on both sides. It's only gonna leave one left alive, and it's a Mazza, no less. The Shock Dart Master able to take down one with the Odin, but no, the Odin claps back. In fact, it's Chippo that comes out on top.
Man, that's such a cheeky lockdown. I hadn't seen that one before.
There's another one at the top of heaven, like when you jump up tree. It's like a small, like you would never think about it. It's like a weird collision thing inside the boxes up top.
So that one doesn't sound fair, but
yeah, you can't destroy it.
Yeah, if you can't destroy it, then yeah, chalk it, get it out of my face. But no, that one's cheeky. That one I hadn't seen before. I mean, I obviously the lockdown has some interesting properties to find it in some awkward situations. We all know B Garage, where you hop off the orb box to, hang it on the wall. But now, at the end of the day, it is a round win for the defenders. Depth to find it's a 9-7, and Chippo just left-clicking away finds Kyrus.
Holy moly, look at Yundo, able to find another one, able to have control for the most part, but Jack is still alive after that small engagement. They're going to try to rush him down, though, and they're able to, hitting them with a four-wheeler. It's going to be another one gone outside of B. Now the plant's going to go down. Wokes might be able to use the Hellfire, or at least some smokes to block everyone away. No ults in the possession of Death, but at least they have pop flashes. That's not going to be enough, though. One Molly's gone. It's not going to be enough to use only one, though. They're not going to be hit. Now, they still have the TP in their possession. Didn't spot it out a little bit more. Able to get some more kills. It's YFP able to find so many kills across the board, and Death falls again. Another round for YFP.
That Judge is deadly, man. It's worked out a couple times now for them. And right back into the dumpster we go for Depth's economy. They won a round, lost a round. Actually, they lost around one round, then lost it once again. It's not good. Not good financially. It's when you buy at the top, sell at the bottom, buy at the top again. It's just, it's not sound financial advice. You want to buy at the bottom and sell at the top.
Oh. Huh. I have to make a few phone calls, but one thing I don't have to call, though, is Jack. Finding charisma again. We talked about it last round, how there weren't many ults on the side for Death, but now suddenly there's 4 that just cropped up.
Yeah, you only need 1, so we are going to see Yum narrowly avoid the turret. This could actually be cheeky because he's ahead of where they're expecting him to be, and he's just going to pop Chippo in the face.
Ooh. It's getting a little bit more intense, though. Marketplace has been a huge area, but Jack at least has a little bit more cover. He's using the natural cover of B main. This is where the attackers usually come from, but instead he's using it to their own advantage. Still staying alive a little bit longer, using themselves as bait. Grim comes through and gets a double on a ghost.
Just odd stuff all the way around, and the marketplace seemed to backfire because Jack was able to get the frag into Garage. Because of that, it became a very deadly crossfire that under normal circumstances would be a meat grinder, right? Like, you'd have Vandals on both sides, nobody would escape. This time, though, with just a single Vandal and some Ghosts, you actually saw YFP hyper focus on a Jack there because they're like, oh, Jack has the rifle, Jack has the Phantom, we need to get them out of here and do anything we can. So they blew all of their flashes trying to kill Jack, and after that, when they weren't able to do so, there was nothing left to stop the defenders that were coming through defender spawn.
But they're trying to go through A again, Doc. This hasn't really worked as well for YFP's side. There were some interesting lockdowns that went by. But what's going on with Jack?
He's trapped. There's no way for him to escape here.
A cornered fox,
except for that.
Than a jackal, though, Doc. He's able to get away through the skin of his teeth, and then maybe even less of that. Look at that, though. They're able to get away, able to keep everyone on board, and still take down the Omen. There's no potential flanks coming out now unless you want to go through on your feet by themselves. This is going to force out a rotate.
turret does let them know somebody here is mid. We do see Kyrus, though, hanging out still by A, trying to get some sort of knowledge, and does look like we're going to get a rotation back. Not quite sure what the total game plan is here, though, because they don't know where everybody
30
is.
seconds left.
It's definitely all over the place, but look at the lockdown. They're trying to bait things out, and it seems to be working. Like flies attracted to a gigantic lantern. They're able to put another one down inside a garage, and everybody on death fell for it. Now is the chance to get the recon dart down and fakes out the rotate. Yet again, it's going to be everyone on death going back all at once. It worked really well, but now the Hunter's Fury is putting them all in a small little corner. This backfired immensely. Kyrus is going to fall because of it. So why would you do a recon dart like that? Oh no, now everyone's inside heaven. It's now a gigantic win for depth side. Charisma's one of the last ones alive, if not the last one. The fuse going underway, dogs and cats living together. This was a beautiful depth round.
And what more can you ask for except a beautiful death on your way to Valhalla? And YFP, they tried. They did everything there to come out victorious.
Man.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, the fact that Kyrus dies there, I think, is what's most tragic, because you can soak up enough to get the spike planted, as we saw. But after that, losing a member means that you're just odd numbered. And so you end up falling behind a lot there. And it's just tough to see as we do head into a bit of a technical pause in just a second. So I mean, things are looking very tight actually between these two teams. It is 11-8, so there is some variance here, but overall I just think it's a pretty tight match.
It is a tight match. And I gotta say, some of the craftiness we're seeing with the utilities have taken over what we mentioned before was a very duelist heavy game. I think now what we're seeing from the Sovas, what we're seeing from the Killjoys have really taken a huge rise, and nothing says it better than Mazab now being 17-11.
It's all down to those Hunter's Fury, realistically. They've
And
done
the shock
so
darts.
much work. Shock darts have been nutty. They've just hit every time.
But the game plan here for YFP seems to be the same strategy again. In fact, Kyrus is already on site like it's nobody's business, and the plan's going underway. If Kyrus is able to survive in hell yet again, there can't be another Hunter's Fury on the other side. Now, everyone on death hiding at the top of heaven. This is the same usual retake we see over and over again, but they have to make it work. 4v5 now. Everyone hiding on top. Shock darts and recons coming on through, but the reverse Hunter's Fury might be able to put them all in a sitting position. Not able to find a single one, though. Not even able to find any intel. It's going to be Wokes now having a molly in hand, going to block things off as much as they possibly can. But there's still two hiding inside Jenny. Or at the very least one. It's going to be the Breach hiding right around in a perfect pixel angle. But no, that push up. Wokes now surrounded. It's going to be YFP taking another round.
And that's exactly what we're going to continue to see, is these teams trading round after round after round because they're so close. There's little razor edge between them, and that time they broke onto that side. They exploded on there. Like you said, Kyrus was first one on, and by the time anybody else even crossed that threshold, they were basically into hell. They got all of the information needed, and it's just a very, very defensive hold from depth there that backfired that time. They've done it before. As we've seen, their retakes are very strong. That time it just didn't work.
When we saw depth on the attack, they went for B almost every single round, but now we see the micro adaptation, or maybe at this point a macro adaptation, that YFP goes for A every single time, and for the most part, it's kind of been working.
Yeah, because they're so explosive, and the way the map is set up, as you can see, like right now on the minimap, there's one in window area, we'll call it, and one in heaven. Outside of that, they have mid controlled through market with the operator onto Jack, and then they have the floaters between B and market. This allows for very explosive takes onto the A site, because look at this, they just completely fell away. There's nobody anywhere near.
But the Hellfire, not only is that going to be on Jenny, it's also cutting off Kyrus completely. If anyone dropped from there, that would be the round in the favor of depth. But no, they're not going to drop in time. They're playing it safe, and even then, It's gonna be the walls opening up. The doorway's no longer there. Jack able to find Yum. It's gonna be the sniper having their perch. Now Charisma up in hand, looking for the flanks, but there's not gonna be any flanks. They all have to keep their eye on the prize. Luckily though, Charisma's hiding away, having some, I believe, now swarms on the spike. But look at that, they're able to find all these different trades. No one's able to survive except the single opper. Smoked out completely. Molly's in hand though, all going down. Charisma gets one with the classic, takes down Jack. But what about the other Rippers to worry about? He's able to find the dink on one, but it's not enough.
12-9 here in the first map. Depth looking to take game one in this best of three, and they are uniquely poised to do it. We're getting a final potential buy up from YFP, the stinger for poor Charisma, and the rest of them little worse for wear, but they're hanging on in there. And this could be map number one done and dusted right after this round. There's 8 seconds to start it. This could be it. This could be it.
And you know what? You predicted it yourself, Doc. Look at the buys coming out from YFP side. A Stinger, light armor, and what could possibly be the end of map one.
It's not amazing. Let's put it that way.
Oh, you're being generous.
It's better than the D we gave them earlier. So this is like a C- economy is what they got going on here. Is the operator from Jack rings true. He even has the knives for good measure. They're gonna get pinged by the arrow and just fall away.
And I'll bet you never guess who had the Stinger and light armor.
Well, at least you didn't lose much, right?
I guess. What could be the final round of the... sure, but still, I mean...
You lost the spike. That's what's important.
That's true. I didn't even think of that. But look at all the trades happening now. 2v3, sure, but even then the knives are out on Kyrus' side. And A-side seems to be relatively clear, except for Jack! He's still on the other side, finding them! Holy, that's only gonna be down to the Omen, trapped like a weasel in a hole. Chippo might be able to do it. The shock dart gonna push on through. Can the Odin find it? Probably, yes. Another win for death.
Chippo showing an amazing talent there of holding down the left mouse button. Just absolute smoke show of talent there. I mean, how can you even question such mechanical prowess of holding down the left mouse key? But oh man, that was actually razor tight, right? Like, yes, it ended 13-9, but it was so close. It very easily could have gone to overtime.
That's true. There's not been a single round I can think of, especially in the second half, where it was a huge far gone round. Sure, maybe sometimes there was a 1v4, but that was mostly in the first half. That second half, it felt like everyone was in their same groove and their same mantra, but it just so happened that Death was able to come out on top.
Yeah, and there wasn't even like a string of rounds either. It wasn't like, it was a 4 rounds, series, and then it went back and forth. It was like at most 2 rounds, and there was even one point where they went round for round for round for 4 or 5 rounds. So things looked, really tight there for a minute, and one round goes another way, the economy goes a different way, and all of a sudden we're looking at an even closer, end score here. So, I mean, looking forward to the next map. Bind, this is probably going to overtime, if we're going to be honest.
I'm inclined to agree. I think you will go to overtime, but we have to see everybody step it up there. There can be no slackers out of the 10 people in this game here. Not a single one. Everyone has to pull in their weight. But you can pull up your way too by getting some drink control using GLG10 as the discount code. But we're going to be going right back after this small little break. So don't go anywhere.
rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. Find you in my I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
Here we go.
Welcome back, everybody, for potentially the final time of the night here at the GLG VAL AM Qualifier, sponsored by Hyperspace Dark, as we head into this second game of this best of three between YFP and Depth Esports. Max, you and I have already seen the forecome the outcome, the forbearance, the foresight of how the series will go, right? Like we already know it's scripted. We got it. We got it in our notes here. It's a 2-0.
I got a different script, Doc. Map 2 and map 3 go all the way to double, triple overtime on both maps.
What?
I think you got an outdated copy.
I gotta call my
reading it
agent.
Off your hand. My script is at least 2 hands big, but luckily, though, we don't have to wait too much longer for me to prove you right. We're gonna be going to bind pretty soon here. Look at that already. We know what to expect from Death. We've seen them here before. Meanwhile, on the other side on YFP, it could be a different story. Already, we see Jack, of course, on the Jet. Grim is back on the Rays. Do you think we'll see another pistol ace coming out from Grim?
That'd be bold. That would definitely be a way to start your potential final map here in the best of 3 qualifier match. But I think from YFP, I think we've seen a little bit more gumption. I do think they have it in them to hold off and hold back the firepower of Grim's Rays, but we won't actually see that till we're in the server. For now, we're going to be heading into final lock in there for YFP. Once again, Kairos is going to be on that Jet. This time, though, Apex, instead of the Breach, is now on the Reyna.
Interesting. That is quite the change, but at least they still have flashes.
Yes, they still have flashes. I think that the biggest difference here is going to be having, the other duelist properties versus, the Fracture and the Rolling Thunder. It's just now you have the Feast and the Going Ghost comparison. You also have the Empress, which I don't know if I saw enough out of Apex in Game 1 to make that a scary thought.
That is a good point. I'm not really sure if it's going to be big enough because keep in mind too, the Empress is even more important now in Reyna's kit. You've gone down on Soul Orbs, you've gone down on Feasts as well. You have to really prioritize and actually use your utility a lot more in a lot more calculated fashion in order to make Reyna really maximized.
Yeah, you only get 2, right? Instead of everybody gets 1, instead of everybody gets 4, now you get 2. So you start off with it. We're not going to get a Lear this time, though, so it is just going to be all in on the Feast or Famine potential. But look at this. They give up hookah control completely. Mazda's getting 1. Wokes gets 2, though, and Wokes gets 3.
Holy Wokes already coming out on top. No ace for Grim this round, but it could very well be for Wokes here. 2 left alive on the defense, making their way over towards CT side. We've seen this barrel stuff happen before on the same exact positioning, already smoked off. Jack gets it 1. That's going to leave the Omen, the last one alive, still makes his way forwards, has no intel, and they actually find 1. It won't be flawless just yet. Able to find 2. This could be the reverse we've never seen before in a pistol round. Hiding away, trying to find another one. A 3K comes through. But that's all it wrote.
Grim staying strong there for the team, making sure that it wasn't going to be a giveaway round there to YFP. But Yum doing their best, right? Like, that was absolute insanity to be able to get to that point in the round. It's a little unfortunate for them. They were put in that position, but at that point, you just got to ask more from your team, right? Like, they 3v2 peaked B long. Got blown up for it. I mean, look at Wokes. He's got 6 out of 7 ultimate points. He gets a single frag, and then he can just orbital strike wherever he wants.
And that is crazy that we could see that round 2. Round 2. That could be a possibility. Is that you never... Chippo! There's no way.
That's rude. There's no other word than rude right
and the
there.
sniper just gets out of it. He says, no, I'm good. But now that's going to be a tough position to be in. You get smoked out completely. You're going to get killed just like your teammate through the smoke, but it's going to be Grim no less doing the same thing. Now we do see the double TP coming on through, but Chippo makes it happen 3 times over this round. What do you do if you're this last Sova? There's not much you can really do here. Grim's going to push on forwards. This Sova is going to see death on the other side. Yeah, turn around. Get out of there. Oh? But they don't leave right away. Knife in hand, still thinking about it. I wouldn't do it if I were you, Matt.
Oh, because the tripwire's there. They're trying to jump over the tripwire is what it is.
Oh, maybe.
But it was,
don't push that, dude.
It was chin height, yeah. If you can jump up to your chin, that's impressive. A. B. That is the only way you're getting over that tripwire. But yeah, I mean that was kind of similar to the round we saw last second in the first game, where they just kind of W keyed onto the site with just pistols and got mowed down. This time though, shoes on the other foot. This time depth, they're 2-0 so far. It is going to be a full buy up in the hands of YFP, but hey, Jack's got a Marshall.
Okay, I mean, you know, the Marshall to me in times like this is kind of like a tricycle for the op. You can't afford the op just yet, or at least full buy it, so you might as well get something that feels kind of like it. It's like almost like a potty seat, but at least it'll be effective on Jack.
I mean, it got buffed, right? You know, so now it's just like a full-on trike. Orbital Strike taking control of lamps, though. Great paranoia timing. Completely delays that push, so also delays the spike plant.
Chippo back on site again. Smoke seemed to be their best friend. If they're able to make this work, though, they could find another triple kill out of it. But everybody on the defense is just falling like it's nobody's business. Depth 4 alive now. It's going to be up to these other defenders having to jump on down through green box. No intel, no cover. Still trying to go for it, and Chippo finds them yet again. But that's not all. There's always more. Maza trying to do the same exact thing on green box. Knows the Sovas to the immediate left. Tries to go for another. Split P comes down from the last two alive. But Depth have that spike in the ground. They're in the safety of lamps as well. They can hear the audio cue, but maybe Apex can find another. Doesn't quite go that way, though. Now pushing forwards. A 1v2. Having to go down another one. BD saves the day.
That's worst case scenario 1v2, right? Like, yes, you can expect the left-right mix-up, but now you got the up drafted in, so you got to look at the up-down mix, high-low. It's tough to block. It's almost unblockable, if you will, just getting hit with the one-hit KO.
True. I mean, just Chippo has been so nutty in these smoke areas, too. It's like any weapon you put on him just seems to be insta-lock for showers.
And he's also 1 point away from having that Hunter's Fury on top of it. So he's going to go off by himself. He's just going full solo, but doesn't look like he's going to get challenged. But that means he grabs the ult orb for free.
One of the rare times you see Jack miss an op shot there. Able to get away with their life a little bit more. One body does go down on A site. That's true. Woke is able to save the day here. But look at A site now. Again, 3 times in a row, it's going to be the safe haven, possibly for Depth.
It's a little scary, though, because Kairos has this shorty here. Is not going to quite hit the mark, though, as Grim just drifts his way into a headshot. Charisma going to trade 1 for 1 for 1 as they fall to Jack.
And Depth right now just feels so much in their element, right? 2 left alive for YP's side. Almost a not near flawless round coming out for them, but their quick draw McGraw double kill comes out instead. Caster's Curse in the making, possibly, but never mind. Not quite the case.
No, I mean, and that's what's tough there is, like, under normal circumstances, we probably would have seen, like, a double ghost there from Arena, but this time, because they're down to these 2 points, you have to go one or the other. You can't just mindlessly, you know, do whatever you want. You can't double ghost. You can't double heal. You have to choose and make it work. And so this time, he wasn't able to heal through the operator shot, but at that point you can't expect the op shot. You need to expect a rifle or a pistol or something, so you need those bonus HP points versus going ghost into the safety of lamps.
And plus they had a share of 2, so you have 6 bullets to work with.
It's not a lot.
Not a lot.
You can almost count it on one hand.
I mean,
I'm sure there are some of you that
counted on one hand.
I was gonna say, I'm sure there are some of you that can do it on one hand. Me, I gotta get my toes involved, but
oh my,
I'm so sorry. Either
You're
way.
like a frog.
Oh man, Apex. Oh wait, they're dueling dragons. It's like the Overwatch cinematic.
Holy, it's like that one scene from Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, but at least Scott comes out on top this time around. Kyra is able to find another one, but still, Depth had 3 other bodies they can play around with. A's not going to work. Definitely not going to work right now, so B might be the way to go. Fiji, having hookah control, doesn't realize one's on the other side of the site. Hyper Cage goes down, blocking as much as they humanly can, but it's going to be the cage. No, the camera that spots him instead. This is ample opportunity for that Omen to come around. Sova on the other side, penetration shots potentially, but pushing forwards now, having control, almost has his eyes on the spike. He's able to get it just by a small little bullet, able to find the spike yet again. Only 2 left alive now. Hellfire in the possession of depth side. Kyrus with an up, has to play it safe here. Here we go again, trying to go for it. Yum with 2, could find 3.
Yum finally picking up a round win for the side of YFP here. Guy has been the shining light at the end of this tunnel for the team. 7-4 now, just barely able to bring it back to positive, but just perfect positioning here. Looking at the replay again, they had no idea somebody was coming in from elbow. The camera dart bought so much time. You saw, I think it was Wokes or Chippo. They got tagged up and they had no idea where it was from. They spent so much time trying to find a camera and they couldn't even find it.
And there was just so much ground control from YFP side too. That was a magnificent rotate in round for YFP side. But now we're seeing B go through yet again. That camera was not found last time. So that camera's in the same spot again. And it seems to be. They could get even more intel.
That was actually huge that they got the tripwire on long just by spraying it down, because it ate up a ton of time, but it also gave them so much room to work with, and it just gets the blind knife.
Holy, it's just an absolute meltdown around here. 2 left alive in a blinking of an eye. Only the Hellfire in the possession of a single person in the entire game. No ults left. That could be the game changer right here. The mad dash to A continues. 1 rotates around, but they could go for the TP and go back to B. There's 50 seconds left that they're going to dedicate to the spike onto the site. It's going to be only down to Maza. Having a little bit of an inkling where one might be inside of short. Looking around, Vandal in hand, not quite the sniper that they probably wish they had right now. Wokes, though, might be able to find it instead, tries to get the reverse shots, but everyone's running away. No one's able to get any kind of ground onto the site. It is an absolute death trap. 2 HP on Grim, might be able to try to find it. Hellfire comes down, no, gets the running Maza, triple no less. That's still 1 more to deal with. Charisma wants a Killjoy, now a Cypher, could try to go for it again, waits out the Hellfire, could try to find the Sova, but they have to make a decision now. Do you save? Do you go for it, or do you die like a dog? It's one or the other, and it's going to be dying after taking down both!
No, they can escape. Good old teleporter. But
I misjudged how much time is on the clock.
You lose the round, though, which is kind of problematic at this point, especially since you just won a round. Look at that, 2K on Apex, just over 2,000 for Yum. Yum actually came in at 2,100, so they half armor and a sheriff. This is tragic. Whereas the side of, Dep, they're eating like kings. They got caviar coated in dark chocolate. They got, the homemade basilisk bread. Like, they are living in it.
I'll be honest with you, I don't know what basilisk bread is.
It just came into my head. I don't know if it's actually a thing. Hey Siri, what is basilisk bread? She ignored me, so we'll never know.
Damn. I guess we'll never know. That's okay, though. But look at Jack, not using an op, not even using a Marshall, but more of a traditional Phantom in hand. It doesn't even have a skin. That's how often they use it.
Alodrone gonna come through the teleporter. Doesn't look like it found any information, though. So, deep smoke.
Yeah, nothing just yet. That camera is still very powerfully there. Charisma's cam hasn't been found yet by anyone on depth side, but everyone's hiding outside Octagon, maybe trying to see where the cam is, trying to bait it out, at least maybe use an audio cue to figure it out as well. But no one's really been able to get that leverage yet. Now, there is an Omen inside elbow. They could teleport. Seems like they're trying to bait it out, and now everyone suddenly on YFP is moving around, but the spike actually gets to travel to A.
Oh, and Yum just gets a little bit of an advantage there. Puts the shots onto Jack, and now Kyrus gets the knives onto Fiji, and just everything coming together for YFP. Finally starting to get some advantage back. Apex and Kyrus team up, and it's now a 2nd round for YFP. And guess what, Max?
What's up?
The economy is not very good for depth. They're sitting at about a C-, I would say.
Yeah, definitely not the best position to be in right now. But here's the thing, right? YFP, I think when Yum took down Jack, that was the whole round right there. And that might be the whole roller coaster why their economy is where it's at right now.
Yeah, Yum is literally dragging the rest of the team, kicking and screaming into an acceptable scoreline here. They're putting everybody in the military grade backpack, slinging it on their shoulder and climbing Mount Targon. What more do they have at this point? It is a tough ask.
There's a Cypher right on the other side of this Omen smoke, and no one seems to have any idea. They're trying to delay the inevitable. Can the Cypher get a kill, or are they get it sprayed through the... Oh, surprise! Double kill inside Hookah. Hello! Not only that, Yum does the same exact thing outside of Octagon. There's only one left. It's gonna be the Solo who gets sprayed down by Charisma again.
Flawless on top of it. Just absolute bonus rounds for YFP. They get the full house on the kill feed. They keep all 5 rifles in hand, which means the absolute worst thing they got to do is buy some armor. And even then, it's only up 2 members because they were the only thing that did anything. So that's a good round. Good job, YFP.
That was a very good round from them. And now the economy, we were talking about it last round with Depth. It was not great. And now I would say it's even worse if they lose this one.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have max loss bonus, but it still should be a bit of a broken buy. And Depth right now are just trying to get to 6. They don't really have much more to work with. They just need to find a way to go at least even here as Chippo trades 1 for 1.
The kills are even right now at the very least. Both the Sovas having a little bit of action this round, but even then, only one sticking around on B site, and it's that nasty little Cypher who's really yet to be contested. Charisma has been able to make this their absolute domain. But that might not stop the Rays. Pushing forwards, hiding in the Cyber cage. Charisma's able to find one duelist, but there's still plenty up above. But hello, says the other Cypher, able to find yet another one. Spike's gonna go down yet again. A minute left on the clock, turning that down to 45. A 3v3 is looking pretty good if you're YFP, if you want to use the Empress right about now. But this little Empress is blocked off by a Cyber cage. Now it's gonna be up to Apex. Pushing forwards, sees the identification of one, but little do they know the little sniper hit's not going to be enough. Still hiding outside of Elbow, all pushed up together. The smoke's banding everyone together. Wokes finds Mazza. Is that going to be enough? Yes, it seems to be. But Chris is coming in from the back. Cyber cage blocking them through. They're just going to push on through. It's going to be theirs, but no, it's not going to be enough. Too little, too late.
Not quite able to pull the weapon up after the tailwind fast enough. They do fall. It's 6 now for Depth. They guarantee at worst it's a tied half. So they're feeling pretty good about it, and they're gonna have to spend a lot of money here. They lost multiple members. You can see them. They're really thinking about what they need to do here economically, and it's less than stellar. They're trying to do some quick math, and it's gonna be a bit of a struggle bus as they head in. But I mean, look at YFP. They got full buys. They still have some money in the bank. They've double operator 2. They're on the bottom fraggers 2.
Oh, you know, essentially they've doubled their points too.
Yes. Well, wait. What do you mean? 1 to 3? That's 300%.
Nowhere to run.
They added 2. You know.
Yeah. All right. Hunter's Fury gonna get absolutely nothing, unfortunately, for the side of Depth. They don't even get any information. They do get some damage out of a paint can, though, so that's cool.
That's good. Paint grenades are always nice. But look how many ults that YFP has, too. They've been on a tear these last few rounds, and yet they have everything except the Blade Storm in their possession. This could be huge. In fact, we're already seeing one of the teleport coming on through. Not sure where. That's going to be inside showers. Getting some info. No reloads, or I'm sorry, no rotates just yet. However, that being said, look at where Hookah is right now. That's where the Spike's possession is. If they drop down, they might get caught up by both the Cypher and the Omen immediately. But the Hellfire goes inside Octagon, forcing out the positioning of both. But no, the defenders fall. That could be huge. 30 seconds left on the clock. Hunter's Fury coming back through yet again. There's gonna be a team kill on the one. Mazza sits down Apex. Oh no. But YFP still have Kyrus, and they still have others to work with. Is that going to be enough? Can they survive a 3v2? They've been in this position so many times before, and not once as a defender has this worked.
Yeah, plus they got that operator. It's a great spot for said operator, but somehow you need to get these frags. You need to get them quick. You are going to get smoked down, and Fiji just tears Kyrus apart. Now into the 1v3, he's only able to get 1/7 round secured here for Fiji. And Depth, they're looking to close out this half. They are they're trying, but it is a struggle right now.
The best we can see now for YFP is 5-7. Not the worst scoreline we've seen. It's not the most ideal either.
It's not the best. It's average. It's acceptable.
B minus.
Yeah, yeah. All right, I'll give you that one, Max. But
Thank you.
can they get it is the question. They still have some homework to do, a couple tests, maybe a group project as well. There's still some stuff that needs to get done. Right now, they're trying to get some bathroom control, but they got to give it up. It's not good in there. It's not kind to their noses.
No, not yet. It's a little smelly in there, but look at all the sweat dripping from outside Marketplace. Grim finally finds a kill after a little while against Yum, but Maza, the other Sova, hiding inside bathroom in their lonesome, realizing that sure, you can push up the Sova, but there's a bigger problem inside Marketplace. The spike falls down yet again and pushes up without any intel. Chris gets 2, but there's another around the corner getting a up-close pop shot. It's Jack coming back, baby. But now YFP, they're a little separated on the defense. One's going to be going for kind of a haphazard flank coming out from Maz's side. Might be able to find this single one. Maza might be able to find something huge, especially with... Oh, that got shut down pretty quick. Yeah.
Wait, did they literally get pinged by the last one?
They did.
Oh, that is the definition of tragic. And now Chippo just opens the site up by themselves. 1-on-3, looking to pick up an 8th round. And they even throw... Oh, they didn't have a tripwire. Okay. But, like, man, this hurts. They got... All right, they had the cyber cage.
Is that the second time now we've seen Maza screwed over by a recon bolt?
Probably. I don't remember the other moment specifically, but I'm sure
the
it's happened.
Killjoy lockdown came down, right, on Ascent on B, right? And then he fires the recon bolt on A, and I told everyone the lockdown was fake. Right. So I think that's twice now in 2 different maps. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
It's a bit tragic, just like the buy-up from YFP here. It's the last round of the half. No saves, no do-overs, and they have a Bulldog with half armor, a Stinger with half armor, and a Vandal with no armor.
Oh, no. I mean, at that point, is it even worth getting a Vandal? I would much rather go for, like, a Bulldog, maybe full armor. I think that works.
That's quitter talk, Max. If you believe in the headshot, it's all you need. If you kill the opponent before they kill you, then what do you need armor for? Just 1,000 credits thrown in the trash. Just kill them before they kill you.
Oh, you know what? You should be a coach.
I think so too. I mean, click head, win game. What more do you need to know, man? If you're not doing it, if you're not clicking the heads, you're not winning the games.
Well, let's see if they can do that here, especially right around the corner. Fiji might have a little bit of issues. Here's the draft coming out from the Jet, but then again, still the pop shots come through. Fiji's able to find Kyrus, and that is going to be gigantic. Having only a light shield and a Vandal, sure, it's still another one off a very broken economy beside. Though with that being said and done, we got to keep a look at A yet again. Grim pushing their way forward, trying to get that plant down potentially, but no! The showstopper as flashes unless doesn't find anything.
It's still a bit off-numbered as Chippo finds the 3rd kill of the round. Is down to just 2 members of YFP once again. It is Yum and Friends with a Bulldog. They have their work cut out for them. They do have the 2-sided entry, but look at that stim pack. That thing's pretty buff now. It's looking pretty good. And Fiji's got laser targets.
They got stolen from him.
Grim just absolutely stole it.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. That's what ranked feels like. And no, the Omen's still going to try to go for it at the very end. Then Grim is able to find yet another one. It's a flawless win coming up from depth side. Now 3 times as many points up against YFP in what could possibly be the very last game of the whole series tonight.
Who scripts right now, Max?
Hey, it's not over yet.
Very true. It is entirely possible for YFP to make this comeback. It's only 6 rounds, realistically. And I know it sounds like a lot, and it sounds like a tough hill to climb, and, you know, it is. But realistically, if they win the pistol, they win the 2nd, if they stay strong on the 3rd, they're already back 6-9. Nice. And that is a Okay, I was gonna say, how many times is Fiji gonna try this cyber cage? But he gets it in 2, so you love to see it.
I do have to say, I think to an extent, YFP's comp might be a little bit better for the offense here. The only difference here is the Raze and the Omen, but it has a little bit more aggression towards it. However, having the Brimstone on the defense is also really cool, too. Kyrus is going to push on forwards. Grim takes them down instantly, and that's going to be the rest of the plan going down relatively without a hitch.
Planted.
Jack, though, trying to go in for a flank. Already one waiting around the corner. It's going to be a wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Coming up from the rest of YFP's side, and only 2 left now on depth. Only 1, no less. That's huge. Now, taking down all the defenders, they could win the pistol round very realistically.
And it only starts with 1. You needed to win the pistol to get the ball rolling, and you did exactly that. Now you can actually go on and actually do something, because they're not going to buy up here. Because depth, no. 5's not a big number. It's 1 hand worth of fingers, and it can very easily go down to lesser numbers. And it's up to YFP with the pruning shears to make it so. And they have the buy up here. They have these SMGs. They only gotta take it 1 round at a time.
Jeez, man. I mean, look at the split push coming out, especially inside bathroom. We do see the Reyna pushing up here. There's going to be the Jet on the other side. Jack is just waiting with the shorty in hand and makes it work. First shorty kill of the entire cast today. But look at this, though. Kyrus trying to go in from the back is going to get nailed down by Grim. That's going to be huge. They try to go for the aggression. It's not going to quite work out. Everything turns into a battlefield on side of A. And now there's only 2 left on each side. Never mind. Make that 1 left for YFP. Chippo having so much advantage, but where did Charisma go? He got out of there.
It's a less than stellar start to the round. It's a 1-on-2 though, very doable. You just got to turn it into 2 1v1s. You used your cyber cage onto the spike, so now you just gotta land your shots, man. You got the tripwire. You can see him, shoot him in the back. Just do it, friend. And it is down to just a frenzy. 13 bullets, 15 HP. Gets it. 15 HP. Can't quite get the secure as Chippo takes them to double digits.
That was a very realistic possibility that Charisma could have gotten that double kill.
It was close. It was very, very close. I mean, if you look at the HP bar, Chippo is a bit over half, but without that shock dart, I think it's a done deal.
Yeah, I mean, without that too, did they get that second tripwire on the actual spike? I didn't see that go off.
I think they sprayed it. Like once the cyber cam came up, Chippo just like.
Oh, that was smart. But now we see depth at double digits. They only need 3 more rounds to bring the entire series home in their favor. YFP, you said it yourself, have a huge mountain to climb.
I do think that we're probably just going to see force buys from YFP the rest of the game too. They've bought up here. They're checking these corners, trying to avoid any type of sniper shenanigans or even deagle shenanigans. And so look at this. Here comes the take now, fully exploding on.
We've seen Kyrus go for a flank every single time against Lamps, and it hasn't worked a single time. Kyrus, though, is going to keep trying it again, though. Fired back at the site, had a Judge, now a Stolen Phantom, and they have control of Lamps. They made it work by overextending just a little bit more. Now everyone's inside of Heaven. No clear positioning for anybody. Jack, though, pushing forwards, trying to snipe with a knife. And taking so much damage at once. Only 3 in the dream, but that's okay. Everyone's hiding now on the defense, on the attack. Even though they have numbers, they don't want to overexpose themselves too much. Even then, though, they try to push up. They're getting double crossed in each different way. Charisma finds a 3K at that as well. YFP's back in business.
Great round from them. They kept 4 members alive. They used that, economic advantage really to their favor. And it's a bit rough for the side of depth at that point. They didn't have the best weaponry. They didn't send their best, I'll tell you what. So now they're being forced to play a bit more respectful. They're back onto this broken buy. They got a Marshal. They got a Judge. That's it. They're pretty healthy economically. I mean, 2,500 average, call it. I mean, yeah, Fiji and Wokes are a bit worse for wear. It's 1,600. But, you can just get a buy up from your 4,000 buddy. He's your rich friend. He went to tech school. He knows how to code. He's got your back.
You're making me feel horrible about myself. I'm an art student.
Aren't we all at heart though, Matt or Max? Doesn't everybody want to do the art?
No.
Whoa! So Mazza just flicked on Fiji through the wall there. Now, if he moves up, he's able to get some control on the elbow, but there's going to be one hiding around there as well. You have the Brimstone, you have a Raze to worry about. Grim with the Sheriff only in hand. They're on an eco round right now, but Chippo at least bought up a little bit more and has a Judge. But Judge isn't going to work at that range. You have to use a Classic, and there we go. Mazza's going to fall into that.
Oh no!
The immediate trade comes through. The Vandal so much better than a Classic any day of the week. But it's just a back and forth. There's a realistic possibility they can bring this back, but they can't. YFP get another one on the board.
Apex finally doing something there, bringing their score up to 8 and 11. And these are critical moments you need from every single member. I mean, right now for YFP, the two duelists sitting just about tied at 8 kills, and you need more. You cannot have your Cypher topping your chart here. That's not what the agent's designed to do. You need a little bit more, and now that you have an operator on Kyrus, this is the time to do it. Take full advantage of it. Play filthy, play dirty, get something done.
We already heard one up shot somewhere. Not entirely sure where they tried to fire it from. Possibly from inside showers as a pre-fire, but nobody was ever there.
I think it was actually at. Oh no, yeah, it was the showers. I was gonna say I thought it was at the recon dart, but no, you're right.
I thought so too, but that was on the other side of the map.
Full range op shot through the wall.
Oh, but that's like an op shot through the wall. Look at that, a Hunter's Fury coming on through, not going to secure the kill though, but the other Hunter's Fury is going to say hello in return. Ahoy hoy! They might be able to secure one, and Charisma falls.
Oh, Hunter's Fury gonna get dodged out, but it did a ton of damage, and it brings them very, very low. Mazza trying to get the spike down, but fully on vision. Here comes the shock dart, does a big bit of damage. Here comes the orbital strike to the dead member that Wokes killed afterwards. Fiji only has 4 HP. This is doable.
It's tough, but doable. Mazza, 30 HP to last. No, Chippo gets it all the cards in his basket. 3K comes down, and now we're coming much, much closer to that final margin.
Yeah, and the economic gameplay at this point is so hard on both sides. I mean, you're winning these rounds and, you know, losing these rounds. It is going to still be a full buy-in from YFP. Apex has been bankrolling their friends for a minute now, and it's probably going to have to continue. I'll be curious if Kyrus actually buys up here, or if they opt into just using the ultimate, which is a totally acceptable game plan, because it does save you a large number of credits for the potential final round at that point if you lose here. But, I mean, look at the side of depth. I mean, they got 2 judges and half armor on Grim. They're not so hot either.
Yeah, this is an incredibly broken buy round for both teams. They both ran themselves into the ground with so many different options, so many bodies falling on A site. But everybody on the defense is banking on B. There's a Cyber Cam hiding on the back of A site. Might be able to spot out someone inside of showers, but I don't think they're looking in the right spot. Maybe a glimpse, a pixel glimpse, if you will, right on the entryway. That spike's on the ground. Not a single person's going towards B. And it's going to give tell now that it's probably going to be an A charge yet again.
Yeah, we are going to get that drone into lamps, and they just fully committed. There is still a chance the spike goes through the teleporter, but you can see Wokes is in a position to tamp that out as Chris and Jack trade.
Everybody's being detected, though, on one side or another. The plant's still going to find its way into the ground, however. There's the Empress and the Neural Theft in the possession of YFP side. You better use it now or never, but Fiji cleans up the whole house.
Yeah, just judge things, I guess. Holy. I mean, look, when you get a shotgun and you plant your feet firmly, you're like a brick wall. Great Wall of China coming out from Fiji there, and just never gonna give you up. And now it's map point, series point, set point, whatever you call it at the end of the day. Deps need one more round win to secure their spot in the VAL Am.
And this is such a painful buy coming out from YFP's side. There's no direction whatsoever. It's an absolute force to the very definition.
And it's all down to this. They don't get a do-over. If they don't win here, they don't win. If they do win here, and they win narrowly, they also don't get a do-over because their economy would be in tatters. And Fiji just holding on for dear life.
Oh, another body's gonna fall. Apex is gonna fall as well. At least Kyrus is able to get a double kill, but they're all being cleaned up. It's down to a single Sova to bring things back for potentially not just this round, but
He's in
more
spawn!
rounds to come. He's just
AFK!
AFK. No! What a disappointing ending he gave up. Oh, no. That is so disheartening of an ending to the series.
Defenders win.
I got no words. I don't know if it was intentional, if it was tech issues, but
Lord help me if it's tech issues.
at the end of the day, Mazza was not there in the final round, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, he wasn't there for the 29 or the 19 rounds before that either. And that is why we're seeing a 13-6 score line here in map number 2 in favor of Depth Esports.
Death has shown so much consistency through the entirety of the tournament so far, at least from what we casted. Obviously, previous games before that, there's a reason why they came as far as they did, and there was never really a time where they looked shaky, or I don't want to say weak, but they looked really strong the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most they struggled was actually in map 1 here. Against YFP on Ascent. I mean, of the 3 maps we saw of them, that was definitely the closest. And so, YFP came into this best of 3 off of a 13-3. And I know that can always be deceptive in a lot of these best of 1 tournaments, because sometimes you just mess up your economy once and you just can't recover. It's like real life. But YFP, they came in, they had a banger map 1. Map 2, it was just a bit lesser of a so, and so things kind of didn't shake out quite the way they wanted, and obviously the ending was the ending. But I think that it's less YFP's problems and more of Depth's strengths.
No, I completely agree with that, Doc. We saw so much from Depth, and I just can't wait to see them in the big event happening later on.
Yeah, I mean, they've now qualified for it. They've earned their spot in here, and so things are looking good for them. They are qualified for that $2,000 tournament at the end of the day, which will be coming up in the next couple of weeks. And so, they qualified. They're doing good. They're living the high life right now, and they did it pretty convincingly. Again, map 1 was so shaky and so back and forth that it could have been called either way. We even both called overtime here in map number 2, but this map 2 looked a lot better, a lot more secure.
And we can only hope that we can see more Bind and Depth going hand in hand going forwards. But Doc, that's all we have for tonight. We went through so many different maps, and we've seen so many different teams compete, some successfully, some fell, but at the end of the day, it is such a great place to be in. And if you have a team out there, you should always contact GLG, and maybe we can cast you guys relatively soon. But my name has been Keg. This has been Doc. Go get some drink control using GLG10 as a sponsor code. Get 10% off, and we'll see you guys very soon.
Tomorrow, even.
Tomorrow.
Invincible.
Are you tired of playing online tournaments for no glory and fake online trophies? How about you start playing for a little bit of glory with GLG? Not only do we host real prize pool tournaments, we professionally broadcast them live on Twitch.
As Beefcake really can't find anything. Hydro finds 2 through the flash. Can he find the 3rd? The offset's gonna miss. He finds the 3. He finds the 4th. Hydro is on fire. This man is putting his team in the backpack to try to win this tournament.
We've got casters, highlight videos,
Oh! Sweet Pea with the blind shot!
player features, the whole shebang. Are you ready for your little bit of glory?